How y'all doing? Mm-mm. Who we got in here? We got NYC Black Honey. Hey, we got Indigo. Hey, Indigo. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, Geminis. Scorpio Fibers in here. We got Blue Hummingbird. Trey Sizzles up in here. Hey, Latasha. Hey, Felicia. Take me away. Rescue me. Take me anywhere you want to, baby. Now I need you so desperately. Hey, Shantae. We got Starry Galaxy up in here. Hey, Melanated Sun. Hey, I see the Diggable Planets up in here, the members. Hey, Young Soul. Hey, Annie, Florida. Disillusion me one more time. Hey, Patricia. I got you, Patricia. Hold on. I'm going to hit you up after this live stream. Hey, Tara. Hey, Lilith. Hey, Oro. Hey, Callie. Away. Hey, Blue Hummingbird. Hey, we got a new member. We got a new Diggable Planet up in here. Welcome, Kia. You can't hear me? Y'all can't hear me? Indigo say he can't hear me. Desperately. I think I don't have it on mute. Let me see. I'm echoing. Hold on. Oh, I know why. Because I'm not on the other YouTube. Hold on. Oh, I know why. Because I got my Bluetooth on. And it's probably connecting to my can y'all hear me now? Can you hear me now? You can hear me, but it was echoing. Yeah, probably because I had my Bluetooth on. Oh, it sounds fine. How y'all doing? Happy Gemini season. Yeah, you heard Mariah. Me and Mariah go back like babies and pacifiers. Yep. Oh, I saw that Indigo with the Allen Iverson. We're going to look at Allen Iverson's chart. We could do that tonight. So let me write that down. The J, the I, the M, the M, the Y, the J, the I, the M, it's Jimmy. Hold up, it's Jimmy. Hold the J, the I, the M, the M. Who remembers that? Only people around my age, a little bit older, remember that shit. It's Jimmy. Remember they used to call it a Jimmy back then? And they would be like Jimmy hats. The Jimmy hats for the winter attack. Good for cousins, great for lovers. Demonstrated by the Jungle Brothers. Protect your Jimmy and keep it fresh. The Jimmy hats by KR Soul. Remember, you're never too old. What? Jimmy is wearing a hat. It fits. Remember that shit? That was do me a favor. Wear your hat. So Jimmy, who has the opportunity to come back? Hey. Now, Red Alert is down with BDP, teaching you all about Jim Browski. I'm not going to say that I ain't with it. Oh, yeah, that was the jam. That was the jam. All right. Now, I just got to say real quick, this live stream is dedicated to a very dear client of mine who was like a friend to me as well, long-term client. Now that I think about it, I think she was my client for about 8 years, but she passed away yesterday, and she had a long-term battle with cancer. So I just want to dedicate this live stream to my client, and I just wish her family well, and they have my condolences going through this time right now. So I posted about this on my Patreon account. So just on a more somber note before I get into it, because it is Gemini season. You know I'm about to go crazy, but just on a somber note real quick, I just wanted to put it out there. So I got the news today from her sister, and yeah, it really tore me up inside. So, you know, things happen. You know, we all got to go sometime. But yeah, when somebody close to you passes, you know, it touches you deeply. So I am touched deeply by this. The interesting thing is in my Patreon account, I do a tarot card of the week. So the tarot card, thank you, Oya. Thank you so much for your super chat. The tarot card of the week that I pulled from my Patreon account was the death card. And one of the things that I mentioned was one of the possible manifestations, because I list the possible manifestations of that. So one of the things that I mentioned was death of a loved one or celebrity. And I didn't even think that it would be something that would hit close to home for me. And it definitely hit close to home. So, yeah. So her family's in my prayers. And the good thing is, I'm glad that she's no longer suffering. So this just, is a reminder that life is short. We got to take advantage of all the opportunities we have to really, live life to the fullest, because life isn't guaranteed to anybody. We could all go sooner than what we thought. So I always think the worst thing to do is to die with regrets. That's one thing I definitely don't want to do. I don't want to die with any regrets. I don't want to die and be saying, I wish I would have did this. I wish I would have did that. I wish I would have been a nicer person, stuff like that. So I do try to keep myself in check. But as y'all know, or some of y'all know, it seems like a lot of people nowadays aren't really trying to keep themselves in check. I'm not talking about none of y'all for the most part, because y'all are pretty much cool and solid. But if you look around, more and more people are just acting crazy. So we are living in those days and times. Some people would like to call it those last days and times. I don't so much subscribe to the end of the world type stuff, but we definitely are on the cusp of some major paradigm shift. And one thing I said was, I was glad that my client doesn't have to suffer through what we're about to suffer through. And one thing to keep in mind is that South Node is going to enter Scorpio, I believe in December of this year. So we might see a lot more people dying with that South Node in Scorpio. So just keep that in mind. So, whenever somebody close to me passes, I always think about, how short life is, and how, there's some things about my life I need to get right, because I don't know, when my last day is going to be. So we all have to, at some point we got to contemplate our death. And we need to think about, okay, what do we have in order? Like, do we want to leave this world in the shape that we're in? Do we want to leave this world with that browsing history and shit? You know what I'm saying? Some of us got a browsing history where it's like, oh shit, if I left this earth today, I don't want nobody, somebody gonna see some crazy shit. But yeah. So I say all this to say, before we get into the whole Gemini thing, I say all this to say that, life is a trip. Sometimes life is a bitch, and sometimes life is a gift, but it's the only choice we have, right? So while we're here, we basically got to, make the best of it. And like I was saying in the Patreon video, really try to avoid getting into all these petty beefs and stuff, because it's not worth it. And you find that when you're in relationships, that's where these petty beefs start to really arise. Or if you're dealing with siblings and stuff like that. But when you really think about the whole scheme of things, all that stuff don't matter. Even when we get into the differences with the races and stuff, which I hate all this race stuff. I'm not a big fan of this whole critical race theory stuff. I wish that, and I know this is some cliche Rodney King shit, but honestly, I'm one of them people where I wish we could all get along. God damn it. Like, why are we making all this issue over superficial shit? Like, at the end of the day, if you really think about it, we're all in deep shit when it comes to what the evils that be got going on and what they got planned. So it makes more sense if we would just unify and collectivize. It is the age of Aquarius. Unify and collectivize so that we could, try to have some leverage, gain some leverage, and try to fight this beast system. Because this beast system is coming for us, y'all. And I don't mean to get all serious and political, but it's ramping up. And it's starting to really get me concerned. People just wilding out on the streets. I don't know if y'all saw this one video. Oh, man, I hope I could find it. Oh, I don't think I'm going to be able to find it, y'all. Let me see if I can find this one video. Because this shit scared the shit out of me. I hope I can find this because it scared the mess out of me when I saw this. I don't even know. I'm trying to think who sent me this video. I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it. But there was this black guy in this grocery store. I don't know if anybody saw it. But, you know, we've all seen videos of people wilding out, right? But this was over the top. This was some shit I've never seen before. Like the way this dude was acting. And I'm trying to remember. I'm gonna have to go all the way back in my YouTube history to find that shit. But let me try to find it real quick because that shit is crazy. I got a couple of videos to show y'all. And hopefully I won't get a copyright strike because it's not like it's any movies or anything. But let me try to go back in my history and find this shit because it scared the mess out of me. And I was like, more and more, is that it? No, that ain't it. More and more people are wilding out like this. So we got to protect ourselves. I still don't go out with any type of protection. I think I will try to get something because people are wilding out. But I hope all the Geminis are doing well. All the members up in here, Diggable Planets. So I was thinking of a name for y'all. And I came up with Diggable Planets because the members, there's 3 different tiers. You got your Mercury, you got your Venus, and Mars. So I was like, Diggable Planets, because I love that group. For my younger viewers, y'all may not know who the Diggable Planets are, but they were this rap group back in the 90s. So it was 2 dudes and 1 female. And they was really they was hitting it. I love their music. Both of their albums that they put out, I really love. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find this. Hold on. But yeah, this tripped me out. One punched on. No, that ain't it. I don't know. I'm probably wasting my time. Yeah, because I think I saw this like probably maybe a whole week ago. But how about that whole art imitates life thing? What about that one guy? What's that guy that played on Pose? Didn't he come out recently and said that he's actually HIV positive? And on the Pose show, he was saying his character was HIV positive. What's that guy's name? He was the one who wore that dress at the gala. What was it? The Smithsonian or something like that. Indigo said Team Mercury because I'm fly like that. That's right. Billy Porter. Yeah, so Billy Porter came out. I saw this scene. I watched the first 2 seasons of Pose. I really liked it. But I think the latest season, I saw this scene where he's sitting at the table and he's eating, and I think he's at his mother's house. And who's playing his mother? Anna Marie Horsford. And then I think the woman is playing his aunt. What's her name? She was Aunt Viv. That was a good scene. Yeah, I love Pose too. You said with his crying ass. But yeah, he was saying he has HIV in real life. Oh, Jack A was in it too. Yeah. Who was Jack A? Jack A she was an aunt too. So who was Aunt Viv's character? Janet Hubert, yeah. Who was she? Was she the aunt too? Patricia said, Happy Pride Month, everyone. Even Zoom, did y'all check out Zoom? Zoom got the pride flag thing on the logo now. Yeah, but they were both aunts, yeah. I hated when the mom walked away. I was like, why you walking out the kitchen? This is the one time to give your son a hug. Like, damn. She was just like, she was like, oh, I can't. Oh, I'm just like, come on now, damn. What a time to not be supportive. But, you know, people handle tragic situations in different ways. But, yeah, mom wasn't feeling it. But, yeah, that art imitates life. But I think he's a good actor. Another thing, I didn't know he started off as a singer. Did y'all? He was a singer back in the 90s. So I saw this old video of him. You said Mama's heard that was the 90s. Yeah. Yeah, and them parents back then, they couldn't really express themselves in terms of how they felt. And then I also saw the other scene where I forgot what's her name. Well, no, yeah, what's her name? She comes to the house. I forget what's her name. The real tall one, very pretty, that handsome beauty. I forget her. Octavia, is that her name? Anyway, she came and her Jamaican mother. I think she was Jamaican. She was all like, she was like, you could get out of my house or whatever like that. So yeah, maybe I'll check out that latest season of Pose. Oh, that's her name, Electra. Why did I say Octavia? Who's Octavia? You said yes. He sang in the First Wives Club, Love on the Way. First Wives Club, the movie? Billy Porter? He was in the movie? I don't remember that. Oh, she was Trinidadian. At least she was like, we could work something out. She was like, maybe we can find some middle ground. I was like, okay. But yeah. Now you'll find a number of Geminis that will go through this. Who's Octavia Spencer? Hold on, let me look this person up. But I was about to say, you'll have, Geminis that will go through. Oh yeah, she a weird looking one. That Octavia Spencer. She a Gemini? Let's pull up her. She got that wide ass face. I mean, well, not really. It's the wide mouth. She's a peculiar one to me. I'm not surprised she's a Gemini. All right, I'm gonna pull up a picture of. We could get into this Gemini shit right now. Let me pull up a picture of this Octavia. Oh yeah, she the one that made the shit pie in The Help. I forced myself to watch The Help. I really didn't want to watch it, but I don't know what I was doing where I was that bored where I watched The Help. It wasn't too bad, but I didn't like how they was making such. I don't know. I felt like it was just too much. I didn't like. Why can't I think of these people's names tonight? The other one, Viola Davis. I hated how they made Viola Davis looking all pitiful and shit. I mean, I was like, God damn. Pick your face up off of the floor. But yeah, and then she was all mean at first. Hey, Kritika, how you doing? She was all mean at first, and to the white girl. And who was that? Alicia Silverstone. Notice Alicia Silverstone. She tried to be the in girl and shit because she was in what was she in? Beauty Shop, Queen Latifah's movie. But Octavia Spencer, I don't know much about her. Let me look at. I mean, what is it about her? Is there any tea? Is it even worth me pulling her chart? She the type she could do the triple head special. Remember how you had Superhead, Corinne Stephens, Octavia Spencer? She the triple head. She could fit 3 dicks up in that mouth. Ow. But yeah. So is there anything like? So she's very overly nice. So I can't. She's funny. Wait a minute, but didn't she? No, she didn't play in Beauty Shop too. I'm trying to think. What else did she play in? She looked like a little chipmunk that got like nuts in her cheeks. These nuts. You said, speaking of Allen Iverson. Wait, what about Allen Iverson? Do I even have his chart already? Let me get his chart ready. Because Indigo going to get me if I don't. All right, hold on. I got to show y'all some things too. Damn. Okay. I used to think Allen Iverson was cute. But I heard he was a big time hoe in Philly. And word got out that he was into like some of the trashiest, like he used to frequent the strip clubs, right? And word got out that he was like into like the trashiest hoes. So I'm gonna be looking for that trashy hoe aspect in his chart. All right, but I'm not gonna do it right now. But Indigo, remind me because I don't want to go too deep into this live stream and forget about it. All right. So he's a 7. Oh, makes sense. Let me. All right. Let me just pull it. They don't have the birth time. Indigo, if they have the birth, if you know his birth time, that's the wrong one. Let me see. I'm gonna just get him ready. And then I remember that scandal he got in with his wife, and it was like some domestic violence shit. Yeah, I remember. Do you remember when we fell in love? We were young and innocent then. Do you remember? Oh, he was born the same year I was. Do you remember? Do you remember the time when we fell in love? Do you remember the time when we first met, girl? When we fell in love. Hold on, I'm just trying to get it. Do you remember the time? Those sweet memories will always be dear to me. Girl, no matter what was said, I will never forget what we... Michael. Oh, Michael was a trip. All right. Do you remember us holding hands? Okay. All right, so I got it up. So I'm gonna have it ready. All right. So I'm all right. We're gonna move on past Octavia Spencer. But okay. Let's see. We got 99 people up in here. Please get the likes up. Thank you, Brittany, for your super chat. So did anybody else? Okay. So you got a question. Let's get into your question, then we'll get into some current events. You know, we're going to have, it is Mercury retrograde, so we can kind of backtrack and we can talk about some of the things that we did talk about, like Kevin got a man in my bed, Samuels. So we are going to have to revisit his chart. I mean, again, it is Mercury retrograde. We might have to revisit some issues. I know some of y'all don't want me to beat a dead horse. That's part of my death card of this week. But yeah, we got to talk about that real quick. But let me get into your question. So thank you again, Brittany. You said, oh, wait a minute. I'm an Aries and this guy is an Aries, Taurus cusp, and this other guy is a Scorpio. Which guy is a better option for me? Uh-oh. It is Gemini season. It takes two to make a thing go right. It takes two to make it out of sight. Why don't you keep the both of them? My baby, 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 yeah. I don't believe in fairy tales. I believe something was meant to be. Why should we be alone? All right, that was my shit. 'Cause I know together we can really turn this mother out. In my mind, there is no doubt that 1 and 1 equals me and you. Don't you know that? Yeah, that was the shit. I should have been a DJ. All right. All right, so I'm going to pull one card for the Aries, Taurus, Cusp guy, and the other guy, the Scorpio. It takes two to make a thing go right. It takes two to make it out of sight. All right. First card is going to be the Aries. Second card is going to be the Scorpio. So first card, 5 of Cups. He's spilling his seed all over the place, ain't he? And then the second card, we got the Queen of Pentacles. So the Scorpio is better than the Aries. The Aries is messy as hell. That Queen of Pentacles for the Scorpio, that's showing that he is a keeper, but he also might be a bit possessive, which some Scorpios could be. But yeah, I would go with the Scorpio. You don't want to get with that Aries. And if he's Aries, Taurus, cuz he got some planets in Taurus, hell yeah, he's spilling his seed all over the goddamn place. That's like that song. Now that we found love, what are we gonna do with it? All right. Thank you, King Jason. I'll get to your question in a minute. We also have, who's this? Shawnee. Oh, yeah, we could talk about Portia's boo. Thank you, Shawnee, for your super chat. Let me write that down. I think, did I look at his chart or did I just look at Portia's? And where's my pen? All right, I done misplaced my pen. I'm going to have to open up another pack of pens. You know, I go through here it is. I go through so many pens. I need to buy stock in pens. All right, so who is this? Portia's man, Gemini. All right, who else we got? You said, thank you, King Jason. Should I move out of Maricopa to Phoenix? So you got your birthday coming up in July. Should you move out of Maricopa to Phoenix? Is Maricopa still kind of dead? We got some Geminis up in here that keep coming in and out of the live stream. It keep on going from 99 to 97. And I know it's some Geminis. They can't decide if they want to be in my live stream or the other person's live stream. Pick one. Now, Jason, you got Wheel of Fortune. So that's a yes. Wheel of Fortune. Yes. Gemini with a wishy-washy ass. All right. Now, somebody sent me, a couple of people sent me Cash App. So let me just look that up real quick. I don't believe in fairy tales. Now, speaking of fairy tales, Jupiter is in Pisces now. So if Jupiter is transiting your 7th house, your 5th house, 8th house, you might find yourself in a relationship, a love affair that does feel like, oh, thank you, Melanated Sun. I'll get to your super chat in a minute. You might find yourself in a relationship that does feel like a fairy tale, but then you snap out of it and then it's really, some bullshit. So just be careful meeting someone if you got now, and I'm not saying it can't be good, but you just can't be too sure when Jupiter and Pisces. I don't care if it's a good transit. You could have, like, for instance, let's say Jupiter is in trine with your Mars. And you meet this hot dude, you meet this fine dude, and y'all hit it off and feel like, oh my God, this feel like a fairy tale romance and all this type of stuff. Well, once that transit passes, because that transit is just bringing y'all together. You got to look at it like that. Once that transit passes and you wake up, then you said, why am I so psychic? That's that Jupiter and Pisces. Has it been happening in karmic life since Jupiter has been in Pisces or before that? But yeah, once that transit passes, you might snap out of this dream and face reality. Just know that Jupiter transits, period, when they're good, they can be deceiving because they can make you overly confident. especially when Jupiter is in Pisces. So you might be, having this pie in the sky idea or dream, and next thing you know, you falling flat on your face. So just be careful even with positive transits involving Jupiter, because sometimes Jupiter likes to have a good laugh at your expense. We can put it that way, because Jupiter is the comedian. So always remember that sometimes Jupiter wants to no, thank you for your super chat, Karmic Life. I'll pull a card for you in a minute. But yeah, sometimes Jupiter likes to set you up for a good disappointment, because Jupiter likes to laugh sometimes at your expense. And sometimes Jupiter just wants to, throw you over to Saturn. So Jupiter will be like that open door, and then Saturn is waiting in the room to tap that ass. So yeah, you don't want to get carried away even when you got a nice Jupiter transit, because you could regret it later when Saturn pays you a visit. All right. So you said, I'm talking to the Scorpio and I am a Taurus. He is so passive aggressive, but he is nice. Should I stay and see where it goes, or should I dip out? I say dip out, but we'll see what the cards say. I'll let the cards speak. Should you stay or should you dip out? I don't like that passive aggressive shit. I'm like, if you want to call me a bitch or whatever, just say it to my face, because we could get this over and done with now. All this passive aggressive stuff is just wasting my time. I'm like, you got a problem with me? That's how I deal with passive aggressive people. I confront them. I'm like, you got a problem with me? I do got that Jupiter Aries in my third house, so sometimes I will pick with somebody if they soaking around a bit too much or doing that passive aggressive. I'm like, come on out with it. Let's put the boxing gloves on. All right, should you stay and see where it goes, or should you dip out? Should I stay? Should I go? I don't know. Your rude boy style drives me wild, but in the back of my mind, all right, you got the Two of Wands. That's saying stay for a little while. So maybe he's like throwing that dick at you, right? Maybe that's the reason why you need to stay. If you stay, darling, stay in my corner. You'll make me, oh, so proud. Stay, darling, stay in my corner. Now, he might be the best you could do for now. But what this means, that Two of Wands, it means don't restrict yourself from other opportunities. Have your bags packed and ready, so to speak. I don't think you all living together or whatever, but have your bags packed and ready, so to speak, just in case a better option comes along. So I'm saying leave your options open, but stick around for a little while. Yeah. Oh, won't you stay just a little bit longer? That's the song you hear when you be at them diners. They be playing that doo-wop songs. All right. Karmic Life, thank you for your super chat. I'm going to get to the cash apps in a minute, and then I'm going to take a break from the one-card readings, and we're going to segue into some current events before we get into the meat of the live stream. So Karmic Life, thank you for your super chat. You said, why am I so psychic now? All right. Why are you so psychic now? All right. So I got the Seven of Wands, which tells me that right now it's like you're blocking out a lot of distractions. So the distractions could be in your head, and that's how I'm seeing it. Thank you for your super chat, Oro. I'll get to your question in a minute. I'm seeing the distractions being inside your head. So oftentimes when you do quiet your mind more, when you are more on top of things mentally, that psychic energy will be more free flowing. So that's how I see things. It's like you're on top of things more mentally. You're not allowing all these conflicting thoughts to be all filling up your head, and it's opening up your third eye. It's opening up your crown chakra. All right. So Let me see about these these cash apps, because they came in. And then okay, so Daniel, thank you for your cash app. You said, will I get a car by the end of this year? I love this question. So you said, will I get a car by the end of this year? What type of car you want, Daniel? Oh, I got you, King of Wands. So I got you next. Oh, honey, I knew it. I knew it. You got the Chariot. That's a yes. The Chariot is a car. So that's a yes. I love when tarot talks to me directly. I love when tarot doesn't beat around the bush. You're going to get that Black Impala too. Yep. There it is. You got the Chariot. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better car. Hey, Johnny. Oh, my God. I got to serenade you. You're going to have to wait a minute. I got to get the right timbre in my voice. Because I got to hit that high note for you. But thank you, Johnny. All right. So let's see. Who else we got? We got King of Wands. Thank you, King of Wands, for your cash app. So post your question, King of Wands. Johnny is a King of Wands. Johnny, angry Johnny. All right, so King of Wands said, North Node moving into Taurus and South Node moving into Scorpio. I have North Node in Scorpio, so you're going to have your inverse nodal return. So you have North Node in Scorpio on the 7th, South Node in Taurus in the 1st. What will this transit mean for me? So I'm going to pull one card. That means you best protect your neck. You best protect your neck. Protect that neck. Somebody going to come for that neck. No, I'm just playing. Watch your step, kid. Watch your step, kid. Watch your step, kid. All right. Four of Swords. So Four of Swords. Oh, that's like you being laid out. No, I don't mean not laid out like that. But you might be having some downtime, and it could be because of some type of illness, some type of injury. So just be careful, because that Four of Swords could mean you got to spend some time in a hospital. It could mean that, you're undergoing an operation or some type of surgical procedure or whatever like that. But the Four of Swords can also mean that you are all set, meaning maybe you made some investments and some money's coming back to you or whatever like that, and you can make some plans. It can also mean that you got a lot on your mind. Hey, Diggable Planet, Astro Sean, you got a question? Go ahead. Post your question, Astro Sean. So that's one of the benefits of being a member. You get free one card reading. So Astro Sean, post your question. And that's for any other members, any of my Diggable Planets. All right, Oro, you're up. You said, I pulled the World card when asking myself, should I quit? I took it as a yes. Will I be able to replace my second job, and will it be lucrative? All right. Let's see. I love to quit a job. I used to love that feeling. I got the King of Swords, which tells me yes. Because the King of Swords, he's on top of things. He be making moves. He don't take no prisoners. And he's sharp with it. Like, he's mean with it. Meaning, you basically can accomplish a lot with which is represented by that King of Swords. So, yeah. And being lucrative, yeah. When you see that King of Swords, that's like you can even basically hold out for the right type of job where you're getting, paid the right amount. So, yeah, So that means that you may not even want to take the first offer if you feel like you could do better income wise. So yeah, King of Swords. All right. So let me check and see if there's another Cash App. Okay. That just reminded me. All right. I'm not going to say it. I was going to say it, but I'm not going to jinx myself. So I'm going to just say it this way. I'm going to give y'all a couple of hours tonight. Because, I mean, I got a lot to do. Some of y'all waiting for natal charts, and I will be having those natal charts to you within the next couple of days. So please be patient with me. It's been a crazy couple of weeks. Oh, so the thing is, if you can see it if you're on a desktop or a laptop computer, from what I'm hearing, you can't see the join button when you're on your phone. Indigo, they were all sold out. I went to try to get root beer today. I tried to re-up on root beer. They were all sold out. So I'm stuck with Coke. Here, I got a Coke with me right now. And I had to buy some maraschino cherries just to make it into a cherry Coke because they didn't have the cherry Coke in the, what size is this? 16-ounce bottle. And I don't do 2-liter Cokes. All right, so where we at? So, current events. I swear we were doing something else. All right, so A, I got your Cash App. Post your question, A. Hey, Cameron, how you doing? King of Wands said I had me some root beer the other day. It was banging, cool, good and cold. That's what I'm talking about. Some of y'all sleeping on that root beer. You better get on that root beer. We was pulling Alan Iverson. Well, we got to get into Alan because, again, like I said, thank you, Siobhan. Like I said, Alan was a little dirty bird. He was messing around with them dirty hoes. So, Oral, from what I'm hearing, the join button may not show up if you're looking on your phone, but if you could get to a laptop or a desktop, maybe even a tablet, it's right. The join button is right by the subscribe button, or you could just click my page and then it should be up at the top. Thank you, Kia, for your super chat. And then I got, where's A. McKinney? Oh, first, let me get to Astro Sean first, so I won't lose you. You said, should I take this second job at the liquor store or focus on obtaining ACE personal training certification? Oh, I like that. Should I focus on ACE personal training or should I take the second job at the liquor store? Oh, Lilith can see the join button and she's on her phone. So, Lilith, is the join button by the subscribe button? I'm seeing 5 of Wands. That's definitely you want to do the ACE personal training certification, Astro Sean. So 5 of Wands. That's the ACE personal training certification. There you go. Good luck. All right. And then we got Kia. A, where you at? A. McKinney? You posted a Cash App? I'm looking for you before I answer. Yeah, I don't see it. Let me get to Kia real quick. And thank you for your super chat, Metaphysics. So it is, you can see it on the phone. Maybe some people just can't see it. I'm getting tired of looking at her face. I gotta change the picture. So what am I asking? Hold on. So you said my birthday is the 7th, and I have a thing for an Aquarius with a Gemini moon February 5th. Is he playing games with me? Oh, man, you're going to make me get the Chucky Booker album out. Why you wanna play games on me? That was my shit. You need to listen to that song. Why you wanna play games on me? Would you be with me if I had nothing? If I couldn't buy you something? Well, you got your share. And look who's hanging. All right, you said, wow, y'all been friends since elementary school. That is so Gemini moon. That is so Gemini moon in him. I'm done with him. Geminis go way back. Gemini is the going way back sign. But so is Cancer. Capricorn is too. But Gemini be having them childhood friends forever. The BFFs. But they have about 10 of them. Because, you know, Gemini ain't too choosy now. They try to act like they choosy, but they ain't. So, I got 8 of Wands. So, you said, is he playing games? I see that 8 of Wands as he is playing games, yes. And, you know, it's a thrill for him. This is more of a thrill for him. This is more of about like, kind of like, more about on the infatuation, like, let's have fun, but I'm not really trying to settle down type thing. But when you say playing games, what is just like, now you see me, now you don't type stuff? Do. Why you wanna play your games on me? Why you want to play? I'm too old for the game playing. Playing games with me. If anybody gonna be playing games, it's me. Why you wanna play? Play your games with me. All right, where you at, A. McKinney? I'm still looking for your question. Oh, here you are. All right, you said, will I be hired by a different department within 3 months? Current job is getting on my nerves. Will I receive my inheritance in July or by July? So first question is, will I be hired by a different department within 3 months? All right. I got 5 of Swords. So that tells me yes. So 5 of Swords, that's where it's like, you like bye bitches, deuces. So that's a yes. So definitely be aggressive about getting into that different department. So you said, will I receive my inheritance by July? And yeah, somebody going to be butthurt when you leave that department. And you probably know who it is. Might be your supervisor or something. Will I receive my inheritance by July? Play your games on me. All right, I got Wheel of Fortune, so that tells me yes. That Wheel of Fortune, you're going to get your fortune by July. So yes to both. So you got it both. Nice. All right, so now let's get into this situation. I think I got everybody. Wait a minute. One more person. Oh, no. Shawnee, I'll get to Portia's boo. But then somebody asked me a question. Here it is. Metaphysics. What aspects of house placement make a person gay? Well, there's a number of things, and I don't have enough time to get all into it. But you just got to think about there's certain signs that are more prone to produce a person with sexual tendencies or somebody that's straight up homosexual. So Aquarius is the number 1 sign, but you also got Gemini, Pisces, Sagittarius, and Scorpio. Scorpio will screw anybody. They really don't discriminate. And then, no, I'm just playing. But no, those are some of the signs that are going to be more prone. Did I mention Gemini? I think I did. Yeah. So you got some signs. And then, of course, house placements. If Aquarius is on the 8th or the 5th. If Gemini is on the 8th or the 5th, Pisces on the 8th or the 5th, those placements right there. Sagittarius on the 8th, they letting anybody hit it. It's just they just a open door policy all day, basically. But not all the time. Of course, there's exceptions, and then people go, I got Sagittarius on the 8th, and I'm a goddamn virgin. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about a lot of people. So yeah. Speaking of hoes, let me pull up this chick real quick. Because I'm wondering, y'all could let me know if y'all have any insight into what she's doing with her life at this point. But I feel like she being fake. So we might have to take a look at her chart real quick. What the hell is going on with Jada? Has Jada become a Muslim or what? Or is like, what is she doing? And you notice she did this after the whole August Alsina shit came out. Is this her way of trying to redeem herself? Is this her way of trying to rein in her hodom? I mean, she's just at this point, is she a hijab wearing hoe? She's still a hoe. I'm just saying, Jada, I know what's in your chart, and I feel like she's doing this just trying to rein in her libido, to try to keep herself in check. But I'm not buying it. Yeah, I agree. She is nutty. Don't she have Sun conjunct Pluto? I think she does. Somebody like that can go through evolution. Like they can evolve, but they can also be hiding some shit. Yeah, she did admit to it. That's why I called her a hoe. She don't mind. She know. She already know. That's why I said she just a hijab wearing hoe at this point. She probably don't have nothing under that damn get up. But all easy access still. But I'm just saying. Let me pull up her chart real quick. Speaking of hoes, let me stop. Woo! I had another massage this morning. And when I tell you, this woman put me in such a deep, relaxed state, and mind you, I have a Pluto transit going on right now. This woman had me having flashbacks of these different sexual experiences I was having. I don't know what parts of my body she was triggering, but I was in such a relaxed state. I'm like face down, just thinking about these sexual encounters that I had over the years, and I was like, God damn it, I had some fun back in the day. And I'm just remembering, like, oh my God, I did do that. Oh my God, I did that too. Damn, I did that. Wow. I was just going through, it was so amazing. Like, she had me in such a deep, relaxed state. I had like kind of blanked out, and I was just kind of like in a semi-awakened state. And I was just like, the memories were so clear. And I was like, damn. Okay, I had some fun. So yeah, I'm like, and I was supposed to do that because I got the Scorpio North Node. So I was supposed to, in this lifetime, I was supposed to, experience that sexual side of life and really get into it like that. And I did. I'm just saying, right? And at this point in my life, that's why I could sit back and say, you know what, I'm cool. I don't really need, no, actually, at this point right now, I could use some. So all week, I've just been like, God damn, can I get some? But I don't think that's going to happen. And I don't really want it like that because I don't want the problems that come with it. I mean, it looks good on paper or on the screen, but then when you think about when the person is right there, sometimes, especially if you don't know the person like that, is anybody like that with me? Remember how back in the day when you were younger, you could know, well, at least for me, I could know a dude for like 5 minutes and already know if I wanted to have sex with him or not. Nowadays, most of the time, the guy's going to get a no, even if he look good. Because I'm just like, okay, well, what bullshit are you bringing? Because that's what I'm thinking about beyond the sex. But when you're young and dumb and full of cum, you basically are just like, okay, you're more, agreeable. You're more accepting. You're like, yeah, okay, it ain't a thing. But then when you get older, you become more protective. At least I am right now at this point in my life. I've become much more protective over myself. I don't want to just put myself out there. I don't care how good you look. Because it's like, I know the bullshit that could come with it. And the STDs, that's just the minimum. I'm talking about the emotional bullshit. These dudes be getting caught up. I be like, shit, it was just a one night stand for me. They popping up on my doorstep. And I'm like, damn, you didn't get enough last time? That's what I'm saying. I don't got time for some dude to be sweating me like that. Always like running up behind me, trying to always get some more. I'm like, hey, because these dudes do get attached to my snatch, and that's just the way it is. But hey, some women got it like that, and I used to have it like that. I'm just saying. But I used to have this motto. I used to be like, they always come back. They all come back. Eventually, they all come back. But that's by Mars and Gemini. When you got Mars and Gemini, they all come back. If you got Venus and Gemini, expect them to come back. You got Sun in Gemini, expect them to come back. Moon in Gemini, expect them to come back. Because it's like Gemini is the revolving door. It never fully closes, most times. So, again, don't expect somebody from your past to stay in the past if you got a planet in Gemini. Because that's the get back sign, or that's, we go way back and we still cool sign. We're still homie sign. It ain't nothing but a thing sign. Like, you still my homie sign, all that. Yes. So Gemini likes to keep that door slightly cracked open, slightly ajar. Yes, Johanna. There you go. Yes, I got Mars and Gemini in the 6th house too. Yes, they always come back. Welcome back, Carter. Yes. Welcome back. Yes. All right. I keep on getting distracted, and it makes sense. It's Gemini season. And I've been more vocal on YouTube too, since it's been Gemini season. So there was somebody I was going to talk about. Who are we about to get into? Well, Jada. I was about to pull up her chart because I want to see what's in her chart that made her have this conversion to, I don't know what the hell she is, but I don't think she's considering herself a Muslim, is she? All right, where's she at? All right. She got Mars in Aquarius conjoined to the North Node in Aquarius. And then what is it doing? Oh, there it is. So it's not, that Aquarius part, she could be part of a religious group or some type of group. But she also, what's really pointing to the religious theme, she got Jupiter and Neptune both at the 0 degree of Sagittarius. But how about this? It's opposing her Saturn in Gemini. So she got a planet in Gemini, so it's good that we are bringing her up. So she has Saturn in Gemini opposing Jupiter and Neptune in Sagittarius, which means she's not real with it. Thank you, Annie. There you are. You just called her out on that aspect. Jupiter and Neptune in Sagittarius opposing Saturn in Gemini, meaning she's half-assed with it. She got one foot in, one foot out. She got a strap on underneath that hijab. That's basically what that aspect is talking about. Kit Kat said most celebs just wear it for fashion. Yeah. Like how they were wearing those rosaries back in the day. Remember that? Sun in the night said, Rob, people out here eating watermelon with mustard on TikTok. Wow. This is why I don't have a TikTok account, because I don't have time for the foolishness. I really don't. Thank you, Il Nana, for your super chat. Let me answer your question real quick. You said, should I trust in Brandon's vision for the future? That sounds like you really don't have faith in him. I'll just say that already out the gate. So let's see. Should I trust in Brandon's vision for the future? I had a vision of love. I don't know. That just sounds kind of shaky. Okay, I guess you can trust in it. I guess I'm being the pessimist. So you got the 3 of cups. So I say yes, but maybe he's going to need a little help along the way, and maybe that's where you come in. So I would just not have him be the, the sole person, spearheading this or whatever. So, but maybe it already is a collaborative effort. Maybe again, I'm just being pessimistic. So yeah, let me stop. All right, Ice Princess, thank you. So Ice Princess said, what is the significance of Mars and Gemini? Well, Mars and Gemini, one of the things is being an avid reader, being passionate about learning, being a good communicator. Some people with Mars and Gemini are big time writers. I write a lot with my Mars and Gemini. Mars and Gemini, that's one of the bisexual Mars. That could be the type of Mars where they don't mind 3 people up in, the bed. Not all the time, but some of the time. A lot of Mars and Gemini have done like threesomes at least once in their life. Also, this could be somebody that is kind of flighty, kind of wishy-washy in terms of their actions. You may not know whether they're coming or going. They could be hard to keep up with, that type of stuff. Oh, Shayna. Oh, yeah. Let me find your question. Thank you for your super chat. I thought you sent me a super chat. Hold on. I'm scrolling up. I'm trying to find it. Oh, here it is. You said you're late to the party, but I just want to ask, does this guy I have a crush on, does he have one on me? He's an Aquarius and he's hard to read sometimes. I think he does. Yeah, they can be hard to read. Remind me of that Johnny song, Crush. Could he be the one who's in my dreams? Could he be the one sent down for me? There was something I didn't show, baby. I love him and he doesn't know. That's my shit. I wonder if I ever find the nerve, will I ever have the nerve to say I love him? Thank you, Jesse. I'll get to your Cash App in a minute. So you want to know, does he have a crush on you? Remember that Jet song? How did you know? 'Cause I never told. 'Cause you found out. Okay, I got the Hierophant, which is a no. I got a crush on you. But it's not so much a crush, but he does find you interesting. I'll say that. He is checking you out, but more so from an intellectual standpoint, which is very Aquarius. So that's why you really haven't been able to read him like that. But he's more on the platonic level because that Hierophant is very much about platonic. So let me just type that in here. So I would not shoot your shot with him because you don't want to end up, hell no, I wouldn't have another child. Shawty said, would I have another child? Hell to the no. She does look beautiful. Jada looks good basically in a lot of what she does, except for in that Nutty Professor film with that whack ass wig she had on. I don't know who slapped that on her head, but they needed to be shot for that. But yeah, that Hierophant, that's the platonic situation. So my advice to you is to not, approach him for any type of date or anything like that because he might shoot you down. Please don't shoot me down, 'cause I'm flying. Don't wanna make ground. All right, you said, is it a good idea to go shopping out of town Saturday? I love that question. Does anybody remember that old school commercial, Ideal? How did it go? If you got a passion for fashion and you got a craving for saving, take the wheel of your automobile and swing on down to Ideal on Route 77. All right. So you said, is it a good idea to go shopping out of town this Saturday? That sounds like fun. You going to the outlets. There, people go to the outlets to go shopping. They make a whole day of it. Remember that back in the day, you spend a whole day at the mall or the whole night? Those days are gone. It's sad. I used to love going to the mall. All right, I got the 6 of Wands, which is yes. Stop smoking that green indigo and you won't be distracted. All right. So let's get back into what we were talking about. So again, I already talked about the religious theme. So let's pull up. I got this example to show y'all before we get into Allen Iverson's chart. I got this example for y'all. Should I show y'all this or should we get into this glitch situation real quick with Kevin Samuels? And real quick, not even to get into his chart again, but I'll just say with him being a Pisces and with Jupiter being in a Pisces, he just better watch it. He better watch his ass. Just like that guy was watching that ass that night. That guy was all tucked all in up in that bed, looking all tired, worn out. And then you see how Kevin was just all stammering and stuff, and then he laughed and played that shit off. But look how he's all in a fetal position with his booty all like poked out like that. That's the type of, I just got my back blown out type of sleep. And he really tried to play it off. But see, that's what happens, Kevin, when you are Pisces. See, when you are Pisces and you get too big of a head, you tend to get humiliated. See, I try to tell you Pisces, same with y'all Virgos, that Pisces Virgo opposition, y'all the two signs that bring up the rear, which means that y'all can't get away with much. So when you get on your little high pink horse with your little kid heels and you go riding off in the sunset with your boo behind you, the one that's sleeping with that black and white checkerboard pillow, you know, when you call up that shrink in Beverly Hills, you know the one. Dr. Make everything gonna be all right, or whatever Prince said. Shout out to Prince, he's another Gemini. I'm just saying, you ain't gonna get away with this stuff, Kevin. You being a Pisces, and you think you gonna tear down women? Well, God gonna tear your ass up. So keep on with it, Kevin. I'm gonna keep on watching with my butter popcorn. And you continue to butter that dick. But yeah, I'm just saying, I'm glad. I'll just say when Jupiter entered Pisces, I said a prayer. I said a prayer that Kevin would do something to expose himself, and my prayers have been answered. So this just goes to show, use the power of Jupiter and Pisces, because your prayers can be answered around this time. And straight up, I mean it. I am not playing. When Jupiter entered Pisces, I prayed that this fool would do something to expose himself. And you still got his followers caping for this dude, talking about, oh, this was somebody that was trolling him. But they don't want to believe it. They don't want to accept the truth. All right, William, thank you for your super chat. Oh, thank you. You're just showing me some love. Oh, much love to you. Thank you so much, William. But yeah, but this is what happens when you are a Pisces and you get too much of a big head. When you get too big for your britches. And again, I can't believe so many people are fooled by this guy. He's all dead behind the eyes, total sociopath. And again, it's not just that he's hiding his sexuality. It's more than that. This dude is a sociopath. Don't he have Sun opposition Pluto? That's him being exposed. He gonna expose himself even more. You watch. If he don't cool his kitten heels, he gonna expose himself even more. Now let me pull up his chart again. I just gotta remind myself about that aspect because that's his ass getting exposed. And he did it to himself. Yes, he has Sun opposition Pluto. The universe ain't playing with his ass. So he could continue to denigrate and tear down women all he want. Like I said, the universe gonna tear that ass up, Kevin, and not the way you want it to. All right, Bobo's daughter, thank you for your super chat. Bobo said, a new coworker who practices Ifa thinks I'm his twin flame. Is this true or is he gaming? I'm gonna let the cards speak because I'm not gonna try. I'm trying to not be pessimistic tonight. But as soon as you said this, he practices Ifa. Not saying there's anything wrong with Ifa, but you gotta be, he sound like one of them Hotep clowns. But let me stop. Let me stop prejudging people. So is he gaming? Thinks you're his twin flame. That's the game he's running? Twin flame game? I never heard that, like a dude coming straight out the gate with the twin flame game. Okay, I got the King of Pentacles, which tells me that in his mind, he's not gaming. This is his way of trying to push up on you, but that's the way he could do it. Simply, like, that's his way of doing it. But I would be careful of this dude because he's already, like, attached to you. I really don't like the King of Pentacles if you really don't know too much about this dude and he's already saying you're his twin flame. Just be careful. He could be a little too possessive and a little crazy. So, and then if he's into Ifa, he could be putting all types of spells on you. So I would just keep my distance until you really check him out. I'm just saying. Because these Jews, they be getting into the spell work too now. Especially don't leave your panties over there. Lord, have mercy. All right. Who else we talk about? So that's enough about Kevin. Like I said, he has Sun opposition Pluto. So he's the last person that wants to be messing around and just disrespecting and belittling these women with his hateful stuff. He's just a hateful little bird. So yeah, Kevin better watch it. That's all I'm saying. The universe is watching. And I'm watching too. And I'm going to keep on your ass. So I'm just looking forward to the next exposure. Thank you, Cusp of Power. So Cusp of Power said, I have Mars, Venus, and Saturn and Gemini. What can I expect this Gemini season? All right, I'm see what it says. Really? A few people made videos about Kevin? Oh, saying that he is gay? I mean, he might as well just come on out the closet. Oh, and Sun opposition Pluto. This could be somebody that is a straight up fraud. How about that? Okay, what you could expect is some... Do you plan on creeping with somebody? Cusp of Power, are you going to be cheating on I don't know if you're a woman or a man, but are you going to be cheating on your partner? Because I got the 7 of Swords, number 1. That's like you slipping away in the middle of the night. You all talking about like, I'm going to wait till the midnight hour type stuff. Yeah, what's going on? So you could be, operating undercover with that 7 of Swords, but you also could be, breaking free from someone, breaking out. Like, I'm jumping ship, but you might be doing it in a slick ass way. All right, and then let's see what else. You got 4 of Pentacles, so that right there can mean that you're being extra guarded, being more protective of yourself. But then that can also mean that either you might be moving to a new place, but if not, that could mean that you got some money coming to you. But you might also be taking a class, taking some type of workshop with that Four of Pentacles. So in the beginning, though, with that Seven of Swords, yeah, you might be sneaking around. You might be dipping out. Might be creep, creep, creep. So, yeah. But it doesn't look bad. So I creep. Oh, and just be careful. Just be careful of your valuables with that Seven of Swords. So if you're around people that you don't really trust, be careful. Speaking of that, has anybody ever had company over and then you find something's missing? Somebody has stole something out of your house? I'll tell one story. I've had people get me a few times, but I'll never forget. And wait a minute, no, she's a Taurus, but I think she had a couple of planets in Gemini. But anyway, I had this friend. This is when we were like young. We were probably like 19, and I had my own apartment, and she's over my house or my apartment, and I have like $10 on my dresser. And she's in my room, and then she's like, oh, $10. And she grabs it and puts it in her pocket right in front of me. And I was so speechless, I didn't even say anything. I was like, I couldn't believe that happened. But I feel like that's some slick ass Gemini shit, like the way she did that shit. And again, she's a Taurus, but my memory served me correctly. She had some planets in Gemini. She might have Venus in Gemini. And I was like, yo, she straight got me for my $10 right in front of my face. And like, again, she did it so slick and nonchalant, I couldn't even say anything. So yeah. Damn, Patricia. Patricia said my mother stole $4,000 from me. Damn. Yeah, I know of another Gemini woman, and she stole money from her son a couple of times. Gemini, some of them be about that five-finger discount. They really do. First of all, Gemini is slick as shit. One of the slickest. Really, I would even say, now Pisces is the thief, right? But any sign could be a thief. And you got different types of signs that'll be, into that thievery. So we're talking about just straight up robbery, bank robbery, especially that'd be more so Scorpio. But if we're talking about your pickpocket, that pickpocket, in my opinion, got to have something in Gemini. Because again, Gemini is slick and they can use that sleight of hand type of shit. And they got to be quick with it. Pickpockets got to have those street smarts. They got to be quick with it. They got to be able to dip and dive and all that type of stuff. So I would say Gemini is the pickpocket. All right. Let's get Kevin up out of here. We got somebody else that we got to talk about. And one of my students put me on to this. Some of y'all know her. Hood Astro Queen. Shout out to Hood Astro. I didn't even know about this chick. I mean, I heard about her. I know of her. But I didn't know she was going through a tough time. Let me see if somebody... Who's that? Anybody know who that is? If anybody follow tennis or whatever? Oh, yes. Hood Astro. She's my student. I'm like her mentor. Yeah. So check out her channel. So this is Naomi Osaka. Somebody said Osaka. Naomi Osaka. So she is a tennis player and she was in the US Open, but then she backed out, I guess, for mental health reasons. Yeah, she's a 16. And 16s can have some mental health issues. Not all of them. She does look like John Legend. She does. She definitely has that look. Does John Legend have any Asian in him? So I was going to look at her chart. I don't have her birth time, but I was going to look at her chart for a minute and see real quick what could be going on. But Hood Astro already put me on to some of her aspects. So she got Pisces South Node, I think she told me. So let me see. Yeah, so she got the Pisces South Node. She got Mars. What is that? Mars squaring the north and south node, Mars and Sagittarius. So that could deal with, there's times where she experiences extreme fatigue. That could be where she can't even get out of bed, and it might not just be physical fatigue, it could be mental fatigue. Let me see. She got moon opposition sun. That's a hard aspect because that can cause somebody to go to extremes. At 1 minute, they're very active. Next minute, they drop out of life. So that right there, I wouldn't be surprised if she really is going through something in terms of her mental state. She has Venus conjunct Pluto, which can deal with where she has a lot of pressure on her. She has a lot of pressure to be the best because it's in Sagittarius, or a lot of pressure to outdo her competitors, a lot of pressure to just go beyond. Now, let's look at the tennis aspects. Now, she's a Libra, and I said before, Libra is that tennis sign. So, I gotta hit you. Yeah. I feel you, Adrian. We'll just leave it at that. But that's who when you sent me that, I was like, who is that? Because I don't really follow tennis like that, but I remember hearing about her. But yeah, so she really could be dealing with some serious mental health issues. But let me just read a little bit about what's going on with her. Okay, so 77. Okay, it says Naomi Osaka withdraws from French Open. Will take some time away from tennis after controversy over media obligations. Okay, who is this guy next to her? He's weird. Who is that guy? Naomi Osaka has withdrawn from the French Open, announcing Monday on social media that she will take some time away from the court, one day after she was fined and threatened for harsher sanctions for skipping her mandatory media obligations. Osaka, in a lengthy statement, said, and that's that sun opposition moon again. Sometimes the person is an active participant in life, and other times they just drop out. And that means that they could be, breaching contracts. They could end up pissing a lot of people off. She said, let me see. It says Osaka, in a lengthy statement, said she never wanted to be a distraction, and that her withdrawal, again, that's that sun opposition Neptune, but it stems from that Pisces South node. Because Pisces, period, they need to isolate themselves every now and then to protect themselves. The best thing for the tournament and the other players and my well-being. I think now the best thing for the tournament and the other players and my well-being is that I withdraw, so that everyone can get back to focusing on the tennis going on in Paris. I never wanted to be a distraction, and I accept that my timing was not ideal and message could be clear. Is she married? First and foremost, we are sorry and sad for Naomi Osaka. So Osaka 23 also revealed that she has experienced depression and anxiety since winning her first major at the 2018 U.S. Open, and explained that speaking to the media often makes her nervous. She apologized to any media members she had impacted with her decision. I am not a natural public speaker and get huge waves of anxiety before I speak to the world's media, she said. I get really nervous and find it stressful to always try and engage and the best answers I can and give the best answers I can. Okay. Yeah, well, some people just aren't meant for the spotlight, and somebody that has sun opposition moon, that could be too much for them. She also has Mercury opposition moon as well. And again, that could be too much for a person. Mars conjunct Venus. So again, and then with that Pluto influence, too much is on her. She may feel overwhelmed. When you got Sagittarius like that, it's easy to feel overwhelmed. And then let's see. Then she talked about the nervousness. She got that North Node in Virgo. It's squaring Mars. Again, also making a quincunx with Saturn and Aries. So she's somebody that really needs support. If she's left out there to the wolves, like she's one of those people, if she got to like get in front of some cameras and microphones and just make a statement by herself, she's the type that needs somebody to be, people to be flanking her, because she's the type that will easily fall apart if, you know, she doesn't have that support system. So it might have happened where, you know, her support system was lacking at this time in her life or whatever. Or again, she must have been feeling under a lot of pressure. And if she already has issues with depression and stuff with that sun opposition moon, that could just cause somebody to just shut down and withdraw from life for a minute. And then again, the underlying issue is that Pisces South Node. And the fact that she's a 16, that corresponds with the Pisces South Node. All right. So moving on. Now I want to get into some Gemini shit. Let me write down. I might have to eat a couple of cashews. I'm hungry. So if y'all hear me crunching, I usually don't try to eat during a video, but for some reason I'm hungry. What did I eat today? I don't think I ate much. All right, let me write down Allen Iverson. But see, I wanted to show y'all real quick an example of how Gemini can go wrong. Because, you know, with the signs, you can have too much of one sign and it can cause things to go haywire. So I'm going to show y'all an example of how Gemini can go haywire. Just give me a second. Now, this guy that I'm about to show you, he's a philosopher. And first of all, one thing to keep in mind, Gemini is a lover of knowledge. Of course, a lot of y'all know this. Gemini loves to learn. Gemini loves to speak. Gemini loves to chop it up with people. So, of course, you're going to have a lot of people in academia, a lot of people that are in, you know, philosophers and stuff. They're going to have some Gemini energy. People that just love to debate, or people that love to just talk about the items of the day, people in media, all that stuff will have planets in Gemini, or there'll be a Gemini rising in particular. Now, this one individual, he's a Gemini. Well, actually, he's on the cusp. I don't know what time he was born, but if he was born in the afternoon, that would make him a Gemini. If he was born in the early morning, that would make him 29th degree Taurus sun. So he's right smack dab. He was born on May 21st. And one thing about Gemini, Gemini produces high strung nerves. It can make somebody high strung. It can cause somebody to have like little tics and little idiosyncrasies, and just have this very nervous disposition. So I'm going to show y'all an example of how it can actually go to the extreme. So just one second. Now, it's not even, the topic of the video has nothing to do with what I'm saying. I just stumbled upon this video, and when I saw this, man, I was like, I could barely get through the video because I was just like, yo, it was very hard to get through. So let me just share my screen and pull this up. But again, let me just explain this guy's chart. He's a philosopher. And he has, hold on, his name is, and mind you, he is like from Yugoslavia, so he talks with this thick accent, but it's more than that. So he has Sun, Venus, Mercury, and Uranus in Gemini. And again, I don't know if his Sun is in Taurus or Gemini, but I'm thinking it's Gemini because of the way he sounds. So here it is.
Crazy times which make Marx actual, but for this very reason we should criticize Marx. What do I mean by this? The problem with Marx is that precisely where he was right to such an extent that he couldn't even imagine how right he is. And that's why he... No, I will give you a simple example. You know, the famous lines from Communist Manifesto that with capitalism, everything solid melt into thin air, all stable forms are dissolved and so on, all stable hierarchies and so on. But would Marx have even imagined where we are today? For Marx, sexual gender coordinates were still stable. That even that is today experienced as something fluid and so on. Or even nature.
All right, y'all heard enough.
For Marx, nature...
Oh, God. All right. Y'all heard enough, but y'all get the picture. So all of that, that slurping, all the spitting all over the place. And do you see how he kept on touching his nose and all this stuff? But actually, you think that he's trying to blow his nose, but that's actually a tic that he has. He always does that with his nose, like periodically or intermittently. He'll touch his nose, he'll touch his eyes. It's nervous tics that he has. And then, of course, his sinuses are all messed up. Gemini deals with the sinuses. So let me just talk about what's in his chart that makes him sound like that. So he has Mercury squaring the moon. Now, I don't know what time he was born, but I would think that square would be pretty tight because of the way he's going on. And with that moon in Pisces, that would be like his sinuses are filled with like fluid or phlegm or whatever like that. But again, it's like his sinuses are always like that. So it's not like he has a cold that day. He's always like that. And also that Mercury square moon in Pisces, that's also people finding him confusing and perplexing. So he is kind of hard to understand. His speech is a bit unintelligible, and that could be that Mercury and Gemini square moon in Pisces. And then let's see what else. He has Venus opposition Chiron and Sagittarius. So how could that play out? Okay, so the Chiron and Sagittarius, that's part of him being part of universities, being a professor. With the Venus and Gemini, that might be where they have a problem. Oh, I know exactly what that probably is. It looks like they could have a problem with transcription, like when you have to transcribe somebody's voice. He might always have to like redo stuff or whatever like that simply because of the way it is. But also that could just deal with where he gets ridiculed or like people could make jokes at his expense with that Venus opposition Chiron and Sagittarius. And that could just mean that, you know, his views are kind of maybe, if not out there, just on some type of going in another direction of what, and actually from what I heard he does, he's like a Marxist, but on some different type of Marxist type of stuff. He took it in a different direction. Yes. So very nervous energy. So again, that's what that Gemini energy can produce. So if you have too much Gemini energy, and sometimes it could just be one planet in Gemini. Sometimes all it takes is to have Mercury in Gemini or your sun in Gemini to have these nervous tics to just be very high strung. But you notice he's still very communicative. So he doesn't let these issues stop him from giving lectures. He doesn't let it stop him from teaching because he loves knowledge that much and he has such a strong urge to teach, which again is represented by that stellium in Gemini, because Geminis love to disseminate information. They love to teach. They love to learn. They just learn. They love the whole learning process. So him being in the thick of it, despite him having these deficits or these, you know, idiosyncrasies and quirks and tics, is, he's just like, fuck it. And I wouldn't want him to cuss me out. Your face be all dripping wet. Hell no. I'm pretty sure his students be keeping back like, damn. Patricia said, my sister is a Gemini. She loves to tap her foot when she talks. Yeah, so, people with Gemini energy, they will have some quirks. Some of them will wink their eyes uncontrollably. All right, so there's another example that I want to talk about before we get into some Gemini celebrities and also just some things about Gemini. So, Friedrich Nietzsche. Now, a lot of y'all probably already know who this guy is. Let me just pull up a picture of him because he's a perfect example of how Gemini could go wrong. And he wasn't a Gemini, but he did have his South Node in Gemini. Friedrich Nietzsche. Now, I never got around to reading his books. Friedrich. Here he is. Let me pull up a picture of him. I never got around to reading his books, but he's one of the more popular philosophers out there. He was one of those big thinkers of his time. He was the one who said that God was dead and we killed him. That's why Time magazine, I think it was like a 1969 issue, and it said, is God dead? And I think they were referring to this Friedrich Nietzsche. But the reason why I'm bringing him up is because it is Gemini season. And Jordan Peterson. I love Jordan Peterson. And you notice he has the nervous disposition. And Jordan Peterson, he got Mars opposition Neptune. And that points to him undergoing that sickness, like suffering from the sickness, being in the hospital and stuff like that. But yeah, facing ridicule also with that Mars opposition Neptune with Jordan Peterson. But yeah, so Friedrich Nietzsche, he was a philosopher, and he was what you would call an existentialist, I believe, but also kind of like a nihilist. And he drove himself crazy. So that's what I want to ask y'all real quick. You know how I like to take polls. So if you think, I'll say this. Do you think that a person could think themselves to the point of making themselves crazy? Press 1. If you think that a person could think too much where they drive themselves crazy. Press 2 if you think there's no such thing. Because essentially that is what happened with Friedrich Nietzsche, some people say. Like he thought he was so much about introspection, so much about thinking and philosophizing that he drove himself crazy. Some people were saying he already had a neurological disorder, but if you notice, there are quite a few kooky Geminis out there where it's like they think too much. And sometimes thinking too much is not good. Sometimes Gemini cannot shut their mind off. So most of y'all are saying 1. So y'all are saying, yes, you do think that a person can overthink to the point where they could drive themselves crazy. What about that guy, John Nash? Has anybody seen that movie, A Beautiful Mind? John Nash, wasn't he a Gemini? Yes, he was. John Nash, Gemini. He was, if you never seen that movie, A Beautiful Mind, check that out. We might watch that during one of our watch parties. But yeah, he was a Gemini. He was a mathematician, and he didn't drive himself crazy. He already had, schizophrenia or whatever. But he overthought things. And there's been other mathematicians, because I saw this documentary one time on mathematicians, and there's been other mathematicians that have driven themselves crazy just trying to solve one math problem alone. So I say all this to say, like when it comes to math and numbers, but also when it comes to words, letters, all that, that's Gemini all day. So Gemini rules letters, but also numbers. So that's why you got a lot of mathematicians, people that love math, they could have planets in Gemini, or they could be a Gemini rising. You'll have people that have strong Gemini energy where they're absolutely obsessed with numerology, and where some of them take it way too far, where they counting everything. Oh, they only had 3 oranges at the store today. What does that mean? Like they checking everything. Every number means something. And again, sometimes with Gemini, they can take things too far in terms of mental activity, in terms of the mind. And, you know, hey, I am well versed. You know what they say, the mind is a terrible thing to waste. But I think sometimes we think it means, oh, that means we're not, it means like, oh, if you're not filling your mind up with things, or you're not occupying your mind. But I think it can also mean like a mind is a terrible thing to waste if you're wasting it on too many different thoughts. If you're lacking focus, then you could be wasting your mind. You could be your mind could be wasting away because you're overworking it. But this is something that comes naturally for Gemini. So this is another thing we can ask, and we could come up with some possible solutions to this problem, this ever-pervasive problem that Gemini has. What can Gemini do to quiet their mind? How can Gemini be less, less verbose, for one, because Gemini, they talk their head off too. But also, how can Gemini have more peace of mind? Now, some Geminis, they smoke, whether it's smoking cigarettes, smoking weed, smoking, I don't know, whatever the hell you can get your smoke. I wouldn't recommend crack for a Gemini. That's like kryptonite for a Gemini. That's like too much nervous energy. But yeah, you'll have quite a few Geminis where they got to get their smoke on, whether it's cigarettes or weed, because of that nervous energy. But what's another way that Gemini could quiet their mind? Physical activity is another way. So if they get outside their head and start working their body, moving their body, then they can kind of be more centered mentally. They can be more calm mentally. So yeah. So what's some other ways that Gemini could puzzles? So I am well versed at puzzles. I agree, because that they could at least focus on something. What's SED? Did you mean sex? Don't get me started on Gemini sex. Oh my God, that is some fun ass sex. Gemini likes to have fun in the bed. That's what I like. I like that about Gemini. Yes, working out, running, tiring yourself out so much that you can't think about much. I always say when it comes to sex, Gemini got tricks up their sleeve. Boy, let me tell you, I got a couple of stories. Wow. One had to... No, let me stop. I can't even open these bags. I got to get my scissors. Hold on. I need to get at least a couple of these cashews. Now, I always say Aquarius don't mind being the other woman. And of course, I don't mean all Aquarians. But Gemini comes in a close second with that. I should say other woman, other man. Gemini a lot of times don't mind. I can't put my damn scissors. I know somebody don't want me to have no damn cashew. I can't even find no scissors. All right. Anyway, yeah. Gemini does come in a close second after Aquarius when it comes to being the other man, other woman. Gemini don't mind a lot of times. That's why you can't fully trust them. But I feel that way. I do need some nuts. Salty ass nuts. Well, I'm determined to open this bag. Nah, I don't want them type of salty nuts. That's the worst, man. I only dealt with one dude where I could smell his nuts as soon as he took his pants off. I was like, oh, hell no. I mean, it can't be that damn hard to keep your nuts clean. Y'all can probably hear this bag. I'm determined to turn. If for some reason it won't open, god damn. Maybe that's why they were on sale. All right, got it. Men don't gotta do much to stay clean, but they be the dirtiest ones that I be talking. But it's that Mars energy, y'all. Sometimes, and I'm not talking about all men, because some men keep themselves real clean. But it's that Mars energy. And again, like I said during another live stream, I was like, our expectations are too high. Especially when it comes to Mars-ruled people. Like those men. That's all I'm saying. And same with Mercury-ruled people like Gemini. When you're dealing with a Gemini, your expectations might be a bit too high. Like you expecting them to show up on time. Or you expecting them to show up at all. Sometimes your expectations when it comes to Gemini are a bit too high. Oh, but yeah, I was going to get into Nietzsche's chart a little bit. Talk about that Gemini South Node. And then goes, my nuts smell like menthol. Who been sucking on them nuts? With a pack of Newports. Steak, nuts, and belly button. Ooh, wee. I never smelled a dude's belly button. Thank God. All the dudes I was with had clean belly buttons. You ever been with a person and they put their tongue up your nostril? See, that's what happens when you got Mars and Gemini. You might get with a guy and he got his tongue up your nostril. Yes. True story. I ain't like that shit. Yes. But Gemini, they be having some tricks. Yes, they do. They'll stick a gummy bear up your cornhole. Tricks like that. Ew, wait a minute. Something in the knife said, my hubs have beers. I can't say the word. Let me stop. Sperm. I always get demonetized. Not demonetized, but I be having the limited monetization because of my mouth. But yeah. So it tastes like beer? I don't know about all that. Oh, I was reading this article today. Well, not today. It was last week. And it was this feminist wrote in. She was just talking about how sperm for women is like kryptonite and how it's like basically toxic for us and how it just turns us into these meek women that are all passive and shit. I was like, damn, she got a point. You be getting tipsy off of it? You like, fuck the Heineken. I'll just give my man some head. You said, yeah, it's like taking a shot. Yeah, and what is it, tinge kind of brown too? Yuck. It's like Said my friend is a Gemini and she used to lick her husband's underarms. Well, that underarm hair sometimes be silky as shit. I'm just saying. Whatever floats your boat, I'm just saying. Oh, yeah. All right, so who else we got? So, we talked about Nietzsche. Let's get him out of here. We're going to pull up this lovely gentleman. All right. Indigo, where you at? You still here? You know what song I was listening to this week? Moni in the middle. Where she at? In the middle. Yo, Moni in the middle. Where they at? In the middle. Yo, Moni in the middle. Where she at? In the middle. Go, Mo. Where is she? Moni in the middle. Was Queen Latifah and Moni Love a couple at one point? I think they were. Remember they did, ooh, ladies first, ladies first. Ooh, ladies first, ladies first. Ooh, ladies first. All right. Y'all know who this is, right? We got Allen Iverson. What did they used to call him, Indigo? Did they used to call him the answer? What was his nickname? He was one of the bad boys of basketball. AI. But I thought they called him the answer, though. Yeah, they did call him the answer. Yes. My memory served me correctly. He was playing when I was real good, when I was watching the NBA pretty hard. But see, I wasn't on Allen Iverson. Penny Hardaway, that was my sweetie. I love me some Penny Hardaway. I loved him so much that I bought my boyfriend at the time tickets to the Sixers Orlando Magic game. I got him floor seats just so I could see Penny Hardaway up close and personal. And that was the time when Shaquille O'Neal, he said hi to me. He didn't say hi to me up close and personal. I always got these stories. I think I told y'all this story. But I was so close to the Orlando Magic bench that Shaq kept staring at me. And then Shaq, when our eyes locked, when he was sitting on the bench, he mouthed to me. He was like, "Hi, how you doing?" And I just said, "Hi." And even though I was with my man. So I'm just letting y'all know I could have been Shaq's wife. I'm just saying. He ain't my type, though. I'm just saying. I could have been one of them basketball wives. I had a chance, but I didn't take it because I wasn't a gold digger. But if I wanted to get with Shaq, trust me, I would have. I could have. I had a chance. But anyway, I wanted Penny Hardaway. But I think Allen was playing because I think he was playing back then. So I guess he was there that night that I went to that game. I don't remember the game. I was busy looking at the basketball players. No, you ain't saying I look like Shawnee. I look like Shawnee O'Neal. No, I don't. But she is a Sagittarius. Isn't that funny? So Shaq must got a day for Sagittarius women. He like to get his heart broken. All right, let me stop eating these cashews because I'm getting carried away. But yeah, so let's get into Allen. We're going to read a little bit about his history. All right. So Allen Iverson, born June 7th, 1975, nicknamed The Answer and AI, is an American former professional basketball player. He played 14 seasons in the National Basketball Association at both the shooting guard and point guard position. That's my favorite position. Point guard, them point guards got them nice bodies. Iverson was an 11-time NBA All-Star, won the All-Star Game MVP, and in 2001 and 2005, and was the NBA's most valuable player in 2001. He was inducted into the Naismith Memorial Basketball Hall of Fame in 2016. Iverson attended Bethel High School in Hampton, Virginia, and was a dual sport athlete. He earned the Associated Press High School Player of the Year award in both football and basketball and won the Division V AAA Virginia State Championship in both sports. After high school, Iverson played college basketball with Georgetown Hoyas for 2 years. If you're playing for Georgetown, you're going to make pro. Where he set the record for career scoring average 22.9 points per game and won Big East Defensive Player of the Year awards both years. Following 2 successful years at Georgetown University, Iverson declared eligibility for the 1996 NBA draft. See, that was my 1996 heyday. That was when, that was the shit. The mid-90s, oh my God. I love that time. So 1996 NBA draft, and was selected by the Philadelphia 76ers. With the first overall pick, he was named NBA Rookie of the Year in 1996-97, a four-time scoring champion, winning NBA scoring title during the 1998-96, blah, 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 blah. Iverson was one of the most prolific scorers in NBA history, despite his relatively small stature. He was listed at 6 feet 0 inches. His regular season career scoring averaged 26.7 points per game, ranked 7th all time. I don't think he gets enough credit. And his playoff career scoring average of 29.7 points per game is second only to Michael Jordan. Now, Iverson, okay, real quick. Anybody that watches basketball now, because I stopped watching basketball years ago. So who would you say, who is as good as Allen Iverson? Who's good now? Who would be comparable to Allen Iverson now? Anybody that watches basketball. So Indigo, you're saying Allen was more like 5'10". In my opinion, I agree with you. I think he was shorter than 6'0". So who is comparable to Allen Iverson nowadays? Just so I could get a point of reference. Westbrook. What's his name? Kenny Westbrook? What's his first name? Patricia said, I don't watch basketball. It's boring. Stephon Marbury. He's still playing? What is he, like 45 at this point? Steph Curry. Was Steph Curry really even that good? You said probably that Curry dude. That's the one that gets all the shine. Him and LeBron. Those are the only two in the NBA that I know of at this point. Shah said the new players are soft and boring. Yeah, I don't think I could watch the new NBA now. No. I used to love me some Jason Kidd too. I had a poster of Jason Kidd on my wall when I was about 19. I had a poster of Penny Hardaway. I like Kevin Garnett. Who's another one that I really like? Vince Carter. He was kind of cute to me. Who else? A couple of Tracy McGrady. Woo! I used to have a crush on some Tracy McGrady. Yes, that's the one right there. Is he still playing or he's been retired, hasn't he? Tracy McGrady was fine as hell to me. All right. So going back to, I want to get into the drama. Dwayne Wade. Hell no. Connect you like Kevin Garnett and Vince Carter too. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, y'all. I was never a big fan of Kobe, like in terms of his looks or whatever. Kobe always struck me as being like kind of stuck up. All right, but going back. So early life. Iverson was born in Hampton, Virginia to a single 15-year-old mother, Ann Iverson, and was given his mother's maiden name after his father, Alan Broughton, left her. During his early childhood years in Hampton, Iverson was given the nickname Bubba Chuck. A childhood friend, Jamie Rogers, said that Iverson would always look out for the younger kids, and that he could teach anybody. Teach. Told you, teach. Gemini. When Iverson was 13, father figure Michael Freeman was arrested in front of the teen for dealing drugs. Iverson then failed the 8th grade because of absences and moved to get out of the projects. He attended Bethel High School, where he started as quarterback for the school football team, while also playing running back, kick returner, and defensive back. He also started at point guard for school basketball team. During his junior year, Iverson was able to lead both teams to Virginia State championships, blah, blah, blah. Now, here's where the drama begins. On February 14, 1993, Iverson and several of his friends were involved in an altercation with several other patrons at a bowling alley in Hampton, Virginia. Allegedly, Iverson's crowd was raucous and had to be asked to quiet down several times, and eventually a shooting duel began with another group of youths. Shortly after that, a fight erupted, pitting the white crowd against the black crowd. During the fight, Iverson allegedly struck a woman in the head with a chair. He and 3 of his friends, who were also black, were the only people arrested. Iverson, who was 17 at the time, was convicted as an adult of the felony charge of maiming by mob, a rarely used Virginia statute that was designed to combat lynching. A videotape surfaced of the incident that shows Iverson leaving shortly after the fighting began. Of the incident, Iverson said, "For me to be in a bowling alley where everybody in the whole place know who I am and be cracking people upside the head with chairs and think nothing gonna happen, that's crazy. And what kind of man would I be to hit a girl in the head with a damn chair? I'd rather have them say I hit a man with a chair, not no damn woman." After Iverson spent 4 months at Newport News City Farm, a correctional facility in Newport News, he was granted clemency by Virginia Governor Douglas Wilder and the Virginia Court of Appeals. Now, him being a 7, that can relate to the time he spent at the correctional facility, but also him being granted clemency as well. So the incident and its impact on the community is explored in the documentary film No Crossover, The Trial of Allen Iverson. Iverson's wasn't he known for his crossover? Iverson's high school basketball coach stated they wanted to make an example out of Iverson. James Ellerson's Iverson lawyer said, "Only defendants not given bond are capital murderers." Tom Brokaw and the public played a huge role in the release of Iverson. There were rallies and marches for all 4 black men that were incarcerated. Brokaw did a special interview with Iverson from jail. In this special, Iverson was very apologetic and somber. Brokaw even said, "I thought the sentence was surprisingly harsh." Of his time in prison, Iverson said, "I had to use the whole jail situation as something positive. Going to jail, someone sees something weak in you. They'll exploit it. I never showed any weakness. I just kept going strong until I came out." A prison sentence forced him to complete his senior year of high school at Richard Milburn High School, a school for at-risk students, instead of competing in sports at Bethel. However, the 3 years Iverson spent at Bethel were enough to convince Georgetown University head coach John Thompson, I remember him, to come out and meet Iverson and offer him a full scholarship to join Georgetown Hoyas basketball team. So before I read on, let me look at his chart and talk about some of what I see. So first, I'm going to be looking for an aspect that deals with the whole situation, him being in jail, also like the false accusation. He got Sun opposition Neptune, so that right there is pointing to what happened, especially in terms of him having to complete his high school career correctional facility. So that Sun opposition Neptune can also deal with him being in that situation with his wife, which I'll get into in a minute. Now, Indigo said at the time he was a star football and basketball star. That's very Gemini. That case almost destroyed his career. So the fact that he was playing basketball and football, very Gemini. Because Gemini, a lot of times, they need more than just one bag or more than just one passion. All right. Now, I knew he would have something in Cancer. So he has Saturn in Cancer. So that's the race theme going down. So he had Jupiter square Saturn in Cancer, Jupiter in Aries. So that's that fight. Actually, Mars is in the mix too. Mars, Jupiter, and Chiron, they're squaring that Saturn in Cancer. That's the brawl that broke out at the bowling alley, and where it was this racial conflict, and where the black guys, they were the ones that got locked up or charged, and the whites didn't. So the racial conflict theme is present in Allen Iverson's chart. Oh, we got a new diggable planet. Doom 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 doom. Dun 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 dun. because Layla is cool like that. Yes, we got a new member. Welcome, Layla, to the Diggable Planets. Yes. All right. Going back to his chart. So he has both Mercury, Sun in Gemini. He also has South Node in Gemini as well. So that Gemini energy makes him really good in terms of his hands, his arms, doing the crossover, doing the passes. That can make him quick and agile. And where he has that, the mental ability, he can see things really quickly. Gemini, they're really good with that peripheral vision. They're really good at timeliness, or what do you call that? Reflexes. Gemini is the sign where it's all about them reflexes. So he's good with the reflexes. He's good with the but what's that word? That term I'm trying to think of. Hand-eye coordination. That's what I'm looking for. When you got that Gemini hookup like that, he got good hand-eye coordination. Not everybody has that. I don't have good hand-eye coordination. I'm just a mess. So yeah, I could barely catch a beach ball. No, I'm just saying I don't have that good hand-eye coordination. So people that do, a lot of them will have some strong Gemini energy. Even though I got Mars in Gemini, it's retrograde, so I'm just all over the place. But yeah, and again, the agility, him being quick on his feet. Gemini can be light on their feet. Yep, there it is, right there. Miguel said it. Light on their feet. Yes. Yes, the beady eyes, very characteristic of Gemini. Or you can even say Gemini is like, their eyes are like a window that's just only open, just a little slit so that they could look out. That's how their eyes remind me of that. Like a window that's just cracked open. It's just a slit. Yes. All right. So he got Venus in Leo. Leo is good for sports. So he got all 3 fire signs prominent in his chart. And those fire signs are athletic signs. So he has Venus in Leo. He also has his North Node in Sagittarius, Neptune in Sagittarius. He has a stellium in Aries, Mars, Jupiter, and Chiron, which can make him a beast on the court. And that's where that's coming from, where he was like, he wasn't trying to be no punk when he was locked up, and he was tried to remain tough to make it through. He didn't bitch out. So yeah, and if you remember Alan, he was always on the kind of alpha male side. I wouldn't say he's like alpha male, but he definitely didn't really show any weakness. So the fact that he was like, he didn't show any weakness, that's very much that Aries stellium. So Indigo said he was known for being very generous. He loves hard. That's that Venus in Leo. Yes, very Venus in Leo. But that can also explain why he got into it with his wife, and then also why he was kind of a philanderer. But what basketball player isn't? I mean, most of them seem like they cheat on their wives. Like it just comes with the territory. And the same with any type of celebrity or pro athlete, actor, what have you. All right, so let me read on. So we're going to skip the college basketball. We don't have to get all into his stats and all that type of stuff. Disappointment and frustration. So let me see. That's really nothing. Oh, how about this? Remember, wasn't one of his main things like he didn't like to have to wear a suit when he wasn't playing? Or was he the one that didn't like wearing suits, and wasn't he one of the first to wear the cornrows and all that type of stuff, to have his hair braided like that? He was doing some of the first in the NBA, which would explain that Aries stellium. So like he was one of the first, or the first, I think, to really be rocking them cornrows and braids like that, especially with the intricate styles like that. And then didn't he didn't want to he didn't like going to practice either, right? Yes, he started that trend, which is very Aries. And I think he tried to skip practice a lot. So I think he would get in trouble with that, which could be very Aries as well. But also combined with that Gemini, it's like you can't tell somebody like that much. You can't expect them to always show it for practice. So yeah. RDK approved said he merged hip hop and basketball. Yes, he most certainly did. He was the first to bring in the thug streetwear. Yes. Wait a minute, what's not true? Oh yeah, I remember he was like practice. Let's pull up that video. He was like practice. He kept saying practice. I'm gonna pull an Allen Iverson and put in practice. He was like over some practice. He kept saying practice.
Anybody tell you?
All right, we're gonna see Allen Iverson in action in a minute. All right, let me share my screen. Hold on. I'm glad you brought that up, Moonlight. Hold on, let me get rid of this. And somebody with that strong Aries energy, they do not like practice.
Anybody tell you that I miss practice? If a coach say I miss practice and y'all hear it, then that's that. I mean, I might have missed one practice this year, but if somebody say he doesn't come to practice, it can be one practice out of all the practices this year. That's enough. If I can't practice, I can't practice, man. I'm hurt. I'm hurt. I mean, simple as that. It ain't about that. It's not about that at all. You know what I'm saying? I mean, but it's easy to talk about. It's easy to sum it up when you just talk about practice. We sitting here, I'm supposed to be the franchise player, and we're in here talking about practice. I mean, listen, we talking about practice. Not a game, not a game, not a game.
Practice.
We talking about practice.
He does have a game. I mean, a point.
Not a game. Not the game that I go out there and die for and play every game like it's my last. Not the game. We're talking about practice, man. I mean, how silly is that, man? We're talking about practice. I know I'm supposed to be there. I know I'm supposed to lead by example. I know that. And I'm not shoving it aside, you know, like it don't mean anything. I know it's important. I do. I honestly do. But we talking about practice, man. What are we talking about? Practice? We're talking about practice, man. We're talking about practice. We're talking about practice. We ain't talking about the game. We're talking about
his Mercury is in Gemini. That's another thing.
You come in the arena and you see me play. You see me play, don't you? You see me give everything I got, right? But we talking about practice right now. We talking about practice. Man, look, I hate you. It's funny to me too. I mean, it's strange to me too. But we talking about practice, man. We're not even talking about the game, the actual game.
He said practice like 52 times.
How the hell can I make my teammates better by practicing? Anybody tell you that I missed?
All right. So I'm also going to pull up some Allen Iverson highlights or best moments. Just so for those that never saw him in action, will hopefully these aren't like strong. Oh, I know I can't pull up the NBA video. Let me see. Okay, let's see. Allen Iverson top 100 crossovers. We don't need to see over an hour of Allen Iverson highlights. I know you wouldn't mind, Indigo, but we don't have that much time tonight. All right, we'll do this one. Allen Iverson crossover compilation. Just to give y'all a little sneak peek or a little insight into the type of basketball player he was. I'm going to just speed it up a little bit just to hopefully, okay. Wait a minute. I got to make sure I'm sharing the audio. think of something. Hold on. That was him in that video. The Bratz video. Is that what I'm looking for? Because I used to be like, that looked like Allen Iverson. So that was Allen in the video. I used to love that video. That's what I'm looking for. I thought he was like an Allen Iverson lookalike because I almost didn't want to believe it. But anytime you want something done, they do it. But yeah, so that's Allen Iverson. Let me see what else is going on. So we got to get to the part about him getting into that domestic situation if it's in here. All right, personal life. During the 2000 off-season, Iverson recorded a rap single called 40 Bars. However, after being criticized for his controversial lyrics, he eventually was unable to release it. So him trying to be a rapper, that's so Gemini, especially being a 7 Gemini. Also, him keep on saying practice. That's Gemini too, because Gemini is about repetition. They will repeat themselves over and over again. Hey, African Shea Butter. All right, let me go back. All right, so in 2002, oh, wait a minute. So let me see. Let me go back. So going under his moniker Jules, the album was alleged to have made derogatory remarks about homosexuals. After criticism from activist groups and NBA Commissioner David Stern, he agreed to change the lyrics but ultimately never released the album. Iverson had an on-again, off-again relationship with the rapper Da Brat. Okay, there it is. Da Brat claims she ended the relationship due to Iverson's infidelity. On May 14, 2015, Iverson appeared on CBS This Morning in support of the Showtime Network documentary on his life, Iverson, during which he addressed long-term discussed rumors of financial struggles, denying any notion that he was struggling. That's a myth. That's a rumor. The fact that I'm struggling in any part of my life, he said. Now, he got Venus and Leo. So I know he was probably struggling financially because, Venus and Leo people, they spend money like it's going out of style. So let me see the shape his Venus is in. Venus squaring Uranus, Venus squaring Chiron. Hell yeah, he was struggling with paying those bills. He can lie all he want about that. He has a lot of pride. And with that Venus and Leo, that can make him very prideful, especially when somebody brings up money or his wife. Yup. Yeah, he was a big time philanderer. Big time. But can you expect anything less from a Gemini? I'm just saying. All right, going back to his story. Now, during the 1997 off-season, Iverson and his friends were stopped by a police officer for speeding late at night. He was arrested for carrying a concealed weapon and for possession of marijuana. He pleaded no contest and was sentenced to community service. In 2002, Iverson was alleged to have thrown his wife Tawana out of their home after a domestic dispute and later threatened 2 men with a gun while looking for her. All charges against him were later dropped after the judge cited lack of evidence with contradictory statements from witnesses. Now, with him having Venus square Uranus, that could deal with where his wife is not exactly loyal. So wasn't it where his wife, did he accuse his wife of cheating or something? What was going on with that? So she could have had somebody on the side, and justifiably so, since he had plenty of women on the side. Why can't she have her little afternoon delight too? But yeah, you know how men are. They're like, do as I say, not as I do. So but I wouldn't be surprised with his Venus square Uranus that his wife wasn't totally loyal and she didn't totally, remain faithful to him. But again, justifiably so, because he was a big time philanderer, messing around on her and all types of stuff. All right, so let's see. Yeah, I mean, it was just a hood dispute. You're right, Indigo. Now, it says On February 24, 2004, Iverson urinated in a trash can at Bally's Atlantic City Casino and was told by casino management not to return. Okay. So let's see in his chart why he would urinate in a bathroom at the casino. That right there, part of it's dealing with that sun opposition Neptune. So he's the type of person that I'm thinking more than likely he was drunk when he peed in the trash can in the casino. And with that sun opposition Neptune, that can deal with somebody that gets shit-faced drunk and they are totally out of their mind and they might do something like that. Totally embarrass themselves. Totally humiliate themselves when they're drunk. So yeah. So other people can be drunk and they're not going to piss in the damn trash can. But if you got sun opposition Neptune, you could turn into a whole nother person when you're drinking. And that's probably what happened when he kicked his wife out. He probably was drinking, and next thing you know, he's just going crazy. That's like also where he could have blackouts while he drinks. And he probably did kind of black out. And next thing you know, he thinking he peeing in a toilet, but he peeing in a trash can. Now he got Mars conjunct Jupiter in Aries, which means that he can have a very horrible temper. Like just totally blow up on somebody. So there is a situation he got into again where, let's see, on December 9th, 2005, after the Sixers defeated the Charlotte Bobcats, Iverson paid a late-night visit to the Trump Taj Mahal. After winning a hand at 3-card stud poker table, Iverson was overpaid $10,000 in chips by a dealer. When the dealer quickly realized the mistake and requested the chips back, Iverson refused, and a heated, head-turning argument between him and the casino staff began. Atlantic City casino regulations reportedly state that when a casino makes a payout mistake in favor of the gambler must return the money that they did not legitimately win. Also in 2005, that gambling, that's that Venus and Leo, but he also has that Mars conjunct Jupiter. Both can deal with somebody that's a gambler. Also in 2005, Iverson's bodyguard, Jason Kane, was accused of assaulting a man at a Washington, D.C. nightclub after the man, Marlon Godfrey, refused to leave the club's VIP section so Iverson's entourage could enter. Godfrey suffered a concussion, a ruptured eardrum, a burst blood vessel in his eye, a torn rotator cuff. Damn, his bodyguard fucked his ass up. Cuts and bruises and emotional distress. Although Iverson did not touch Godfrey himself, Godfrey sued Iverson for the injuries caused by his bodyguard. In 2007, a jury awarded Godfrey $260,000. The United States Court of Appeals for District of Columbia Circuit upheld the verdict in 2009. In August 2011, an Ohio man sued Iverson for $2.5 million in damages, claiming Iverson's security guard assaulted him in a 2009 bar fight in Detroit. The federal judge dismissed the case, finding no evidence that Iverson or his bodyguard struck the plaintiff. In 2013, Iverson was accused of kidnapping his children, that's that sun opposition Neptune, and refusing to return them to their mother. He denied the claim, and his ex-wife later recanted. So, marriage and family, Iverson started dating his high school sweetheart, Tawana Turner, when they were 16 and married her at the mansion on Main Street in Voorhees, New Jersey. They have 5 children. On March 2nd, 2010, Tawana Iverson filed for divorce, seeking custody of their children, as well as child support and alimony payments. So Iverson has Venus square Uranus in his chart, so that's a divorce aspect. He also has Venus square Chiron, which can deal with a rocky relationship and where there's some hits exchanging or, there's some wounds being inflicted. All right, so you want me to pull a card on him to see how he's doing right now? Like, do you want me to see how he's doing emotionally or physically? Let's see how he's doing emotionally right now. Kamani said it's low-key sexy how wild he was. Yeah, he was a wild one. So how is Alan doing right now emotionally? And then we'll look at mentally. And then we'll look at physically. Did I say emotionally first? So emotionally, it's like he's kind of like uneasy because I got the Page of Swords. So I don't see him being like really emotionally at peace with himself. He might be like a little on edge. He might be agitated. He might be just not feeling comfortable with his current situation. He might even be suspicious. And then let's see how he is doing mentally. All right, mentally, I got the Page of Swords again. So mentally, that's better for, your mental state, having a Page of Swords, because it is a mental card. It can be akin to Gemini. So he's being his full Gemini self, which means that he's probably overthinking things. He probably has a lot of thoughts, a lot on his mind, a lot he's trying to figure out. He might even be questioning. He might be seeing somebody right now and even questioning if this woman is really true or not. You never know. But that can mean where he's being very inquisitive, very suspicious even of somebody's motives. And then let's see how he's doing physically. Sarah said still getting wasted, I bet. Maybe so. All right, physically. Physically, I got the 7 of Pentacles, which means that, his body ain't working like it used to be. He's slowing down, which would make sense because he's my age. So he's 40. Actually, he'll be 46. 46? Yeah, he'll be 46 in a few days. So he is slowing down. He's probably waking up, dealing with some aches and pains, and he might even be taking some medication, maybe for joints and stuff like that. Some chondroitin or whatever the hell they call that stuff. Some fish oil pills and all that stuff. So he's probably going to the doctor more often. And they go say, why y'all talking? He got drunk for 72 hours straight, went and played a game, won the MVP 2001. Well, Gemini can do that shit. Because, Gemini, it's like two people in one. So part of himself could be drunk. The other part could be totally sober and play that game right. Moonlight Orange said, so let's look at Allen Iverson now. I'm glad you mentioned that, Moonlight. I'm going to pull up a picture of him now. And unfortunately, a lot of us put on the pounds the older we get. It just comes with the territory, unfortunately. Youth is definitely a blessing. Oh, he don't look bad. I'm about to pull up a picture of him. To me, he looks pretty much the same, but there's not that many pictures of him from 2021. Let me put in 2020. He does have that, he got that bloat to his face that a lot of people get once they get over 30. Once, usually around 40, they get that, their face starts filling out. So let me just pull this up. But he don't look bad at all. He's starting to have that granddad look, but not exactly. He's not granddad status just yet, if you ask me. He's knocking on the door, but he's not fully in there yet. Now this dude, I can't stand him. Let's pull him up real quick. Y'all can let me know what his sign is, so I don't even gotta waste my time pulling his chart. But I'm highly annoyed by this guy. I guess he is good in basketball because he's one of the ones that I see quite a bit. So, what does anybody know what James Harden's sign is? I know we were talking about Alan, but when I was looking at pictures of Alan, this dude came up, and that beard just gets on my damn nerves. Oh, he's a Virgo? Maybe that's why I don't like him. Yeah, he's annoying as shit to me. Oh, he is. Look at his mouth. He got a small ass mouth. I'm done. I ain't even gonna tell you what that shit look like. He got a small ass mouth though. That's all I'm gonna say. So he's 826. I had an ex that was born on 826. Maybe that's why I don't like his ass. He got a small ass little mouth. Looks like a hairy asshole with teeth. Oh my God, I can't. Yes, he looks like one of them angry beavers, don't he? Yes, he does. Remember that show, Angry Beavers? Oh man. That mouth tight as shit. Ooh, he need a baby spoon to eat his cereal and shit. I'm just saying. Oh my God. Yeah, as you all know, I don't take too kindly to a lot of Virgo. Not really the Virgo women, the Virgo men in particular. I don't give them no slack. Because they don't give women slack. He got a nice butt. Hold on. He got a nice butt. Hold on. Let me look. I'll be the judge of this. So James Harden. So I gotta put in James Harden butt. Wait till I see. Hold on. All right. He doing that Kevin Samuels move. Hold on. Let me show y'all. Y'all see that picture with Kevin Samuels when he was young? James Harden got that. He got that arch in his back. But see, James Harden, he was going up for the shot. So wasn't like is that the butt you talking about, Moonlight? You said man wig. Hold on, let me try to find another. Yeah, that beard, that's just a bit too much. I can't. I don't even want to know what the hell is up in that beard. Y'all got to see this picture. Like, this is taking it way too far. You see, he's squatting. Diana said white makes things appear thicker. Okay, hold on. I got another picture for y'all so y'all can get the really full view of this beard. This beard is just ridiculous. Oh my God, I can't. And again, look at that tiny ass mouth. Yo, that's probably why he wears that beard, to try to camouflage that tiny ass mouth. He got a tight ass mouth. I know he can make a lot of dudes happy with that shit. They be like, yo, your mouth tight as shit. And he got baby teeth. Tight ass mouth, baby teeth. I guess he got a baby mouth. That's all. I bet you his teammates be clowning the shit out of him. He said, what in the Muppet? Oh my God, yeah. Maybe he don't, yeah, he might have a weak ass chin too. Maybe that's what it is. All right, moving on. So, Indigo, I hope that I satisfied your thirst for Allen Iverson. Didn't he used to have a lot of Sprite commercials? I swear, Allen Iverson, I think he used to do a lot of Sprite commercials. Sprite did him good. All right, so let's get into this before we get into some Gemini celebrities. And I don't got a lot of time tonight. What the hell am I looking at? Oh, here this guy is partying. Okay. Yeah, he gets around. Okay. So right now I'm looking for ew. Why they look like that? All right, so let's get into a little Gemini lesson, a little Gemini history, a little Gemini philosophy, I guess you could say. All right. Who is this lovely couple right here? Who are they depicting? Anyone? Anyone? You said please take them up and off the screen. This supposedly is a depiction of the first couple, Adam and Eve. Even though in this picture it looked like Adam and Steve. I don't know what the fuck is going on with Eve, but yeah, I'm like, almost look like it's two dudes up in there, brother to brother. I am my brother's keeper. I'm just saying. Look like you said Bill and Hillary Clinton. I was thinking more like Bill and Melinda Gates. That's what these two are. But yeah, they're representing Adam and Eve, the first couple. And you know the whole story of Adam and Eve is basically a myth. You said change the pic, please. I'm trying to eat. You know the whole story of Adam and Eve as the first two people that God created, and the whole Garden of Eden story, and all of that is a myth because it all is to explain Gemini. That's all it is. The Adam and Eve story is basically the story of the Gemini Sagittarius opposition, with Adam and Eve representing Gemini, the male and female. Like in the Bible, it says God created them in his own image, male and female. Ew. I'm done my natural. No, she didn't. I don't even see it. Where is it? You said it's too long. Wait a minute. Are you saying that there was just Adam and Eve at one point? Because we could go into this debate all day, Miguel. How could there just be two humans? But then in the Bible story, they talk about how Cain went. Wait a minute, was Cain that slain his brother Abel? And then he went off to some other village and he married somebody. He married into another. Oh yeah, RDK, thank you. I'm gonna have to pull it up. But I'll just say this. I believe that the Adam and Eve story is symbolism. I don't believe that they were the first. There was ever just two people on Earth, and that's all that there was. And then they had to populate the whole Earth. It just doesn't fly logically, in terms of logic. But Adam and Eve are just representing how God, or you could say the universe, differentiated itself and created opposites. So Adam and Eve, they're representing the opposing forces. They're representing duality, which is Gemini. And that's what this world is made of. It's made of duality. Black and white, light, dark, wet, dry, hot, cold, you name it. It goes on and on. And it's that whole duality. So Adam and Eve representing duality. Adam and Eve is representing the Lover's card in tarot. The Lover's card in tarot corresponds to Gemini. So it's all the same. It's all the same themes. It's all the same mythos, or you could say archetypal energy. RDK, let me pull up your question, your super chat. Whether you want to believe that this was a literal story or not, it still goes back to Gemini, because Gemini is representing duality, or you could say dualism. So again, the opposites, yin and yang. But you know, when you put the yin and yang together, you get that whole symbol, the Tao symbol, and that would be the Sagittarius end of the Gemini Sagittarius opposition. All right, let me go to the super chats. Hold on. Oh, thank you, RDK. So you said you need help. Your Leo stellium fiance is out of control. How do I control this man? He has no regard for my feelings and tends to use me up. Help me, please. Are you sure you want to marry this guy then? Because you said fiance. I don't know about all that. All right. So since you sent me a super chat, $10, I'm just going to do a 4-card reading for you. So you said he is out of control. How do I control this man? Well, you can't control anybody. So you need to take that into account before you even marry this guy. Because if he's acting like this before y'all even get married, can you imagine how he's going to act once y'all jump the broom? All right, let's see. I don't like this situation. And some Leo men are just mean. Okay, I got the Emperor card, which means that you got to have your daddy on speed dial. No, I'm just playing. No, but it basically means that you're going to have a very hard time controlling him. He's very controlling. That Emperor card is just showing that he's the boss. He's not going to really bow down to you or even become too, too placating. I always say the Emperor don't bend to nobody. So either you're going to just deal with him, because he's only going to get worse once you get married. So this is something that you really need to come to terms with before you even walk down that aisle with him. Because again, once he had you fully in terms of you being his wife, he's going to become not just your husband, but your father. Because Leo is the husband, but it's also the father. So some Leo men get like that, especially if you're okay with being submissive or playing that submissive role. So he's already trying to play big daddy with you. So either you're going to nip it in the bud, excuse me. Either you're going to nip it in the bud and tell him that this is not going to work. But again, he's probably not going to change. You can't get a leopard to change their spots. It's impossible. And especially a Leo. They're very obstinate. They're a fixed sign. So I wish you the best of luck, but it don't look good. And this reading ends with the 8 of Cups, which could be a divorce. I mean, not just divorce. You might not even go through with the marriage. But yeah, my advice to you is if he's not respecting you, the way you put it, wait a minute, let me read what you said again. Because sometimes it's good to read back what somebody asked just so you can hear it from somebody else's mouth. So just to read it again, so we're clear, you said, my Leo stellium fiance is out of control. Do you hear what you wrote? You said out of control. And then you said, how do I control this man? He has you put all caps. He has no regard for my feelings and tends to use me up. Help me, please. Use you up at that? That right there? No. He don't deserve to marry you. So he's somebody that you got to give an ultimatum to, but Leos don't do well with ultimatums, so it's probably not going to end well. But if I were you, I would not be marrying this man, because if you're already seeing him out of control, what makes you think that you'll be able to control him simply because you're married? And you can't control anybody, especially not a Leo. It's just not going to happen. So my advice to you, is to keep on walking. Keep on walking. I ain't talking to you anymore. You could just go. Let him control somebody else. Because tell him that you're not the one. Because that's just crazy. Hey, Nicole for the soul. I can't even serenade you because my voice ain't right now. You know I love to sing that soul in the hole for you. Let me see if I got it. So, nope. In the hole. I don't have it. All right, but yeah, that's for you, RDK. I would not be going down that aisle. Instead of putting on that white dress, put on that black dress and hold yourself a little wake and then a memorial service and then lay that dude to rest. Woo. Okay. I gotta drink something. Got something in my throat. There's something on my mind. All right. Yes, wasn't Cece Peniston? I loved her back in the day. Remember she had that song, We Gotta Love Thing. Just how good to me. This is all thing. That was my shit. And Keep On Walking. And what was the first one? Finally, it has happened to me. Right in front of my face. Meeting Mr. Right, the man of my dreams. Don't want to show me true love. Or at least it seems. With brown cocoa skin and curly black hair. Just the way he looks at me with that gentle loving stare. Finally! That's how she was like. All right, you said, my dad is a Leo. He physically abused my mom and left her for a man. Damn. I love him, though, but that was some other crap. Wow. And Leo men, they can be abusive. So keep that in mind, too. Yes. Crystal Waters. Surprised by Crystal Waters. You are there for me, and now you gave me the love I need. Oh, I use you. See, I'm going to have to hear Surprise tonight. Oh, I abuse you. Okay, so let's talk about Portia's man. Anybody got a birth date for him? Let's pull him up. Somebody requested that I talk about Portia's man, who's a Gemini. Okay. Here they go right here. And lately, Portia got a tattoo of this man's name on the back of her neck. Say my name, say my name. No one is around me. Say, baby. All right, let's see. So she must be really into this dude for her, unless she's just making sure she gets that bag at the end of the day. Maybe she's trying to prove to him that she's the one. Astro Shaw said, my Leo father and I bump heads. I'm a Scorpio sun, Aries moon, Leo rising. Okay, where were they at where they're wearing these balloons on their head like that? What are they, children? Okay, who got a birthday for him? I don't feel like doing. Okay, I guess I gotta find his birthday myself. All right, what's his name? Simon Gubadia. Simon, and supposedly he's rich, right? Oh, he's a film producer, so he be making them crazy Nigerian films. Where they be having them crazy special effects. Okay. So Simon Guabadia. Let me try to find his birthday. He's the founder and chief executive officer for Simcoe Group, a holding company for several legal entities. All right, let me look. Birthday. June 2nd, 1964. So he's a 2. So he loves himself some women. He probably can't live without a woman. All right. Let me go back. Simon. Simon. Can you really trust a dude named Simon? All right. So June 2nd, 1964. So he's age 56 right now. Male. And then where was he born? Oh, he looked mean right there. I'm going to pull up. Is that the same guy? Oh, he trying to play Mr. Nice Guy when he's around Portia. Wait till I show y'all this picture of him. I'm still trying to find where he was born. I guess we're not going to find all that. He looked mean here, but I guess this is how he looks when he's in business mode. When he's taking bribes and shit. If I could find him. Hold on. So here he is. This is his look when he's, making business deals and stuff. It doesn't look like a nice guy. But, Gemini, they got 2 sides with them, so I wouldn't be surprised. All right. So let me just pull up his chart. All right. Again, I don't have his birth time. All right. So he has Sun in Gemini, Mercury, Mars, and Jupiter in Taurus. So he's all about getting that money. He got Venus in Cancer, North Node in Cancer, which echoes that 2 birth number. So he's all about women. He might even be into that whole polygamy thing. So Portia may not know that about him. But when I see a man having Venus conjoined to the Cancer North Node, that's like, and he's a Gemini. Oh, he's not going to stop at just Portia. So Portia got another thing coming if she thinks she's going to be the only woman. But maybe she already knows the deal and she's just playing along because she's just all about getting that bag at the end of the day. Let's hope that's what she's about, because this is a man that is not going to be faithful. Like, he almost strikes me as the type of guy that is into polygamy, and he wants to have kind of like a sister wife thing going on where he got 3 wives or 4 wives or what have you. Let's see. Now let's look at some problems he could be having. Now, just having Venus opposing his Capricorn South Node alone, that could deal with where he gets with a woman that's a gold digger. So when I look at this man's face right here, maybe not in the other picture where he's with Portia, but when I look at him here, this is a man that knows what's up. He's no dummy. He knows very well. Like, he strikes me as the type of guy where he would even have a conversation with her and be like, look, I know you want me for my money, and I want you for your pussy and a trophy wife. And so he's going to treat her accordingly. So I think at the end of the day, he's going to win out, not her. She better be careful dealing with this dude because he's no slouch. And he has that stellium in Taurus. So at the end of the day, he's going to exercise self-preservation. And And she might be the one on the curb with her bags and some ratty ass lace front looking crazy. Because I see him as the type of dude, you ain't gonna play him. He playing her. But she think she's getting over. But she got another thing coming. And if you ask me, Portia's not too bright. Portia can't really, she can't stomp with the big dogs when it comes to the money game. She think she is basically getting the bag, but at the end of the day, like I said, he the type of dude, he gonna protect his investments. I can see it. I read people very well. When I look at faces, he ain't no slouch. And again, when I see that Taurus stellium, and he's a Capricorn South Node, so he's about business first. And I feel like he's even treating this situation with Portia as a business arrangement. Now, let me tell you how cold on a bitch this dude can get. Remember I said, let me actually read this article about this tattoo, because this is very telling. Wait a minute, wasn't she with this other guy like a few years ago, and the other guy got a tattoo, the one she had a baby with, the hot dog guy? Did he get a tattoo of her name at some point? Why am I like the tattoo thing is coming up with Portia, but it was the other way around? So it says Portia Williams gets a tattoo of her fiance's name on her neck. Do y'all see this shit? Now, this dude, Simon, has a Taurus stellium, right? Taurus rules the neck. I bet you anything, he made her get that tattoo to proclaim her loyalty and devotion. I'm telling you, he that type of dude. He knows that she is after his money, so he's like, bitch, I'm going to make you crawl on the floor and beg for it. So he is the type, he's putting his brand, like he's branding her. And that's his way of basically saying, don't get it twisted, bitch. I got you. I own you. And when I say we're through, when I'm done using you up, I'll just throw you away and get another bitch. He's that type. Make no mistake. I don't think he is any slouch by any stretch of the imagination. And probably his ex-wife looking at Portia right now like, yeah, you think you getting the prize, but you got another thing coming. Yes, he marked her. He branded her. That I believe that was a condition of them even getting married. He was like, to prove your loyalty, you had to get a tattoo on your back, on your neck in particular. In the neck, again, that's that Taurus stellium. He ain't playing around. I wouldn't do that shit, especially your neck. Think about it, your neck. And Portia probably just like, it's okay. If we don't work out, that's how she talk with that wife. If it don't work out, I'll just get it removed. But that's not the point, Tasha. Why I say Tasha, Portia. That's not the point. He owns you. Before y'all even tied the knot, jumped over that broom, he's basically showing he owns you. And again, Portia is not that bright. She's not as sophisticated as this guy is. You know how you got some men where even if they're rich and powerful, a woman can still bury his ass? He don't strike me as the type where he's going to let any woman come in and just turn shit upside down and break him. So yeah, I don't see him being the one. He ain't for it. And he's a 2, and 2s also, they're very protective over what they have as well. Now, the 2 can come into play with him being, too stuck on women. But like I said, he's the type that he'll cheat. Yes, he does look very shrewd, and 2s can be very shrewd. He has Venus in Cancer, which can make him very shrewd when it comes to money. And then he has Sun square Chiron. Sun square Chiron, that's one of them red flags I talk about. He the type that will beat Portia's ass probably if she gets out of line. But she knows not to get out of line with this dude. And he won't even beat her ass. He'll have his henchmen do it. You know, it'll be one of them things where she get out of line and then they shove her ass in the back of a Rolls Royce or a Bentley and they take her out to the field somewhere and wail on her a little bit and bring her right back. And now she back in line. So he did type, yes, doesn't he? Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad you called it out before I did. He looks like an evil dictator. I'm getting Idi Amin vibes. I'm getting Papa Doc vibes from him. Again, she better be careful with this dude. She might even end up in a river somewhere. Because he's not the type of guy that you think you're going to play. I don't see it. Indigo said he will have his sister wives do it, right? Oh, yeah, they be doing that too. These men in the foreign countries, they will have sisters and they'll have their sisters whoop the woman's ass and torment her and all that stuff. I seen that movie, Not Without My Daughter. Y'all ever seen that movie? We gotta watch. Oh, Patreon patrons, we gotta watch Not Without My Daughter for one of our watch parties. That's a really good movie with Sally Field, where she marries this Muslim guy and then he turns on her. Oh, it's a real good movie. But yeah, some of them have them tight-knit families like that where, yeah, you get out of line. You don't got to just worry about your husband. You got to worry about your his sisters, his cousins, his mom, all that type of stuff. They'll all gang up on you. And he probably got that type of family where they'll all gang up on Portia if she's not careful. And don't let him move her to Africa. Does he live in Africa? Like, is he going to move her to Africa, wherever country he's from? Then he'll really have her in a submissive position. It's a true story. That movie is good. Yes, I can't wait for our movie night too this week. So anybody that wants to become a patron, we're going to be having another watch party, this time on Saturday evening. So let me just put on my Patreon if y'all want to sign up for my Patreon. And we're going to be watching Boogie Nights. And that brings me to, hey, let's make another segue. I think I said enough about this man. Y'all get the picture. But here's my Patreon. Now, that brings me to this next gentleman. Let me bring him up. Because he's a Gemini. I want that picture back from the 90s. What was it? Calvin Klein he used to model for. He had that little bulge in his underwear. Yeah, where he at? Here we go. Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch. It's such a good vibration. It's just a sweet sensation. This was the beginning. This was before Boogie Nights, y'all. So again, Patreon watch party. We're going to be watching Boogie Nights on Saturday. And look who we have. We have Mr. Gemini himself, Mark Wahlberg, who stars in Boogie Nights. Yes. It's such a good vibration. Had every black girl wanting to swirl. It's such a sweet sensation. Yes. Come on. Do it. I ain't gonna lie. That picture right there where he's grabbing his junk. Indigo said, But yeah. Now, I'll say I guess he aged kind of okay. Oh, thank you, New Eyes. But I would say he aged kind of okay. But some of the movies that he's been in have been kind of questionable to me. Like that one movie, what is it, Ted with the teddy bear? I never saw the movie Ted because my humor don't go that, like, my humor isn't that low brow. Like, I don't like that low brow humor. Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch. Let's pull up a picture of him portraying Dirk Diggler from Boogie Nights. Not to give any spoilers for those who haven't seen the film, but let me put in Mark Wahlberg as Dirk Diggler. He played the dumb Gemini kid pretty good. Now you got some Geminis that are airheads. And he kind of played an airhead in the movie Boogie Nights. But I'm not going to give too much away for those that didn't see this film. But yeah, especially the part where he was like, "I'm gonna fuck right now." Let me stop. I'm not trying to give away these scenes, but yeah, he played a good job of being the airhead dude. Yes, Indigo. See, oh my God, no spoilers, Indigo. No spoilers. Some people haven't seen this movie. But yeah, that movie is funny as hell. Wait a minute. Somebody did say something about Mark being racist, right? Now, he is from Boston. And them Boston whites, a lot of them, they don't take too kindly to blacks. Not all of them, but back in the day, it was pretty racial over there in Boston. And his brother, who's his brother? His brother was in what? Not the Backstreet Boys. New Kids on the Block? Was it New Kids on the Block? Not New Kids on the Block. Who was his brother? Maybe it was New Kids on the Block. Yeah, Donnie from New Kids on the Block. Yeah, Donnie Wahlberg. Please don't go, girl. That was my shit. I love you. I love you. I guess I always will. Girl. That was the shit. You're my best friend. Girl, you're my love within. I like them much better than the Backstreet Boys. They were the first ones. Like the white soulful boy band, New Kids on the Block. And then they had that song, You Got the Right Stuff or something. NSYNC, I remember NSYNC. Now, Justin Timberlake, he was part of NSYNC, right? And New Edition, nobody could top New Edition in terms of boy bands back in the day. They were like the second coming of the Jackson 5, but came with that 80s R&B twist. I mean, New Edition, there'll never be another. 98 Degrees. See, this is after my time. This is more of my oldest daughter's time, that 98 Degrees and all that stuff. And then you had like One Direction, right? And then what was that group of those little light-skinned boys? Well, not all of them. My daughter used to like the B5 or not B5. What were they called? Them boys look feminine as hell too. And I'm not talking about B2K. It was some other group. All right, so that's Mark Wahlberg. Let me pull up his chart real quick because I want to see what in his chart contributes to him being a sex symbol, somewhat, and also him basically being in a movie like Boogie Nights. So Mark has Mars in Aquarius. Oh, he has a similar chart to Tupac. Tupac. And you know, both Geminis. Now, Mark Wahlberg has a Scorpio moon, which is very fitting for being in a movie like Boogie Nights. He also has Jupiter in Scorpio, which is good for being in a movie like Boogie Nights. And that Mars in Aquarius means that he's not afraid to be naked. So he was semi-naked in these underwear ads. He was semi-naked in this movie. I won't give it away, all the details of this movie, but it's definitely worth a watch. And it's worth the wait, but the wait is more this comical thing at the end. I'll just say that. Yeah, people keep saying he's racist, so let me see if he got any racist aspects in his chart. Well, that moon is unaspected, which means that he's liable to do anything. Sexually, maybe. That's crazy. Now, he doesn't have... Well, he's a Cancer rising. Okay. And then he has Uranus squaring the Cancer ascendant. So he could very well have something dealing with race. He has Chiron and Aries squaring the Cancer ascendant. That could be hatred towards a certain race. So I would say yes, he does have the potential to be racist. But does anybody have any examples of what he said or what he's done to qualify him as a racist? Good night, Sarah. Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I to disagree? I traveled the world in the 7 seas. Everybody's looking for something. Some of them want to use you. Some of them want to be abused. Some of them want... Yeah, that was the shit. Sweet dreams. So he attacked a Vietnamese man and blinded him in one eye? Yeah, that unaspected Scorpio moon, like I said, he could get into a lot of shit with that Scorpio moon. Unaspected, he could be downright crazy at times. So you said, I think he was in a gang and they harassed black people. Well, if him growing up in Boston, I wouldn't be surprised. Not at all. First of all, some of the most racist people live in the northeast area of this country. So like New England, Massachusetts, Maine, all that stuff. But even in states like New Jersey, Pennsylvania, especially Pennsylvania, once you get out of Philadelphia, oh my God. Pittsburgh, oh my God. So yeah, certain areas of New York, upstate, all that type of stuff. So yeah, I find they always talk about how the South and, they always try to act like, with the Confederate flag and all that stuff. From what I heard, and I haven't spent too much time in the Southeast, but from what I heard, white people tend to be more inviting and welcoming and of course in general, as opposed to like the Northeast. Northeast, you have areas that are totally segregated. Like you got your white neighborhoods, you got your black neighborhoods, and never do the twain intertwine. So yeah. Speaking of that, somebody wanted me to talk about Black Wall Street, the Tulsa, Oklahoma massacre. So let me just pull up that chart real quick. And I don't know why this is back in the news. Is it some type of anniversary or something? Like, why is this back up in the news? I don't follow things. So wait a minute. What's going on here? All right, so let me pull up a picture of this. A Tulsa race massacre. Y'all could fill me in as to why this is a hot topic right now, because I'm not sure why this is in the news at this point in time. So the picture I'm about to pull up is one of the scenes of the riots that were taking place. Buildings were being burned down. Oh, they're going to reward money. Okay, here it is. So you said, somebody said, Latasha said 100 years, right? Shelly said reparations. Okay, so it's the anniversary. So it's the anniversary of the riot. They're going to reward money. So it's the anniversary of the massacre. So it's been 100 years. Okay. Oh, yeah, 1921. Here we go. So let me get the date so I can pull up the chart for when this happened. So this happened between May 31st and June 1st. So let me just read the story. Why does these stories always start off with some black man and some white woman? Y'all notice that? Like the Emmett Till story. It was between a black man and a white woman. Then we got the race riots, black man, white woman. Then we got O.J. Simpson, black man, white woman. Do y'all see the common denominator here? What's going on? I'm just saying. It always seems like some shit pops off with some white man, black man, and a white woman. I'm just saying. Maybe we need to keep these two people separated. No, I'm just playing. I'm just fucking with y'all. All right, so let me read on. So on the morning of May 30th, 1921, a young black man named Dick Rowland was riding in the elevator in the Drexel building at 3rd and Main with a white woman, white woman named Sarah Page. It's always some white woman named Sarah or Karen. Let me stop. Now, the details of what followed vary from person to person. Accounts of an incident circulated among the city's white community during the day and became more exaggerated with each telling. Tulsa police arrested Rowland the following day and began an investigation. An inflammatory report in the May 31st edition of the Tulsa Tribune spurred a confrontation between black and white armed mobs around the courthouse, where the sheriff and his men had barricaded the top floor to protect Rowland. Shots were fired, and the outnumbered African Americans began retreating to the Greenwood district. In the early morning hours of June 1st, 1921, Greenwood was looted and burned by white rioters. Governor Robertson declared martial law, and National Guard troops arrived in Tulsa. Guardsmen assisted firemen in putting out fires. Okay, I'm stopping right here because it's weird that they didn't get into what people said happened in that elevator or what they heard. They just glossed over that part real quick. But let me finish. Guardsmen assisted firemen in putting out fires, took African Americans out of the hands of vigilantes, and imprisoned all black Tulsans not already interned. Over 6,000 people were held at the convention hall and the fairgrounds, some for as long as 8 days. 24 hours after the violence erupted, it ceased. In the wake of the violence, 35 city blocks lay in charred ruins. More than 800 people were treated for injuries, and contemporary reports for deaths began at 36. Historians now believe as many as 300 people may have died. In order to understand the Tulsa race massacre, it is important to understand the complexities of the times. Dick Rowland, Sarah Page, and an unknown gunman were the sparks that ignited a long, smoldering fire. Jim Crow, jealousy, white supremacy, and land lust all played roles in leading up to the destruction and loss of life on May 31st and June 1st, 1921. So I'm going to pull the chart for May 31st and see what was going on. Tulsa, Oklahoma, May 31st, 1921. But basically, from the account that I read, Rowland was in the elevator with Sarah, and Sarah started screaming, and she came out of the elevator with her shirt ripped or whatever. Now, some people are saying that she was raped. Other people are saying that he stepped on her shoe or something, and that's what made her scream out. But nobody knows what exactly happened but Rowland and Sarah. And they're not here anymore to be able to recount the story, I don't believe. So we just have to rely upon hearsay or people's accounts of what happened. So I'm going to put probably 4 p.m. for that time. May 31st, 1921. Of course, we have Cancer energy up in this chart. Mercury conjunct Pluto in Cancer. That right there is just this racial, I don't want to say conflict, but it's just this racial hatred or, this race, because not the riots per se, because riot would be Uranus and Aquarius, but you could say bombing. Like there was bombing going on, or where there was destruction of a town going on, and that it was race related. I didn't know Johnny Cash had a black wife. Wow. So is Johnny Cash from Oklahoma? Is that why y'all are bringing him up? My sort of view said I'm in AZ now and miss a lot about the South, more culture, no black culture here or black people at all, hardly, but I enjoy other things about it. Yeah, I love Arizona, but I admit, like, there's some place you could go where you'll see plenty of blacks, but just in terms of the whole state, yeah, we're few in number, but unfortunately, I hate to say this, but a lot of times where blacks are large in number, crime is high. So I kind of rather live in an area where there's not a whole bunch of blacks so that I'm not dealing with a whole bunch of crime. I'm sorry, it just is the way it is. I wish we did have areas where, it was very suburban and where, a lot of blacks and whites and other races could coexist peacefully, but it's just not like that. It's just not. And, yeah. Miguel said black woman, white man. So, yeah, it seems like that's like a running theme with a lot of these conflicts. He said a lot of white men like black women. Black American men these days are treated like children. Black people and white people have been loved each other. King Solomon was white and his first only legitimate wife was black. Could you really say that he was white though? Depending, consider the area that he was in. I'm not saying he was black, but I wouldn't necessarily probably say he was white. Maybe on the Middle Eastern end, like that olive complexion going on. So yeah, I'm still trying to find out about Johnny Cash. He was another crazy one. What is he? Is he a Gemini or something? What made y'all bring up Johnny Cash? So Miguel said yes, Johnny Cash had a black wife. It was illegal back then, and it made the newspapers. Okay. I like some of Johnny Cash's songs. Doesn't it sound eerily? Yes, it kind of sounds like the Emmett Till story, except that there was no riot that occurred after the Emmett Till story. They just beat him to death. But yeah. My natural beauty said everybody bleed red. It's called the human race for a reason. Only one race, the human race. Yeah, tell that to other people. Some people just don't. They don't want to, look at the world that way. Some people want to look at the world in black and white. I myself, I wish that there was no such thing as race. And I mean, because it's like there's too much division. Something as simple as a shade of a person's skin, where it's not just about different races, but even inside one's own race, the black race in particular, do it the most, but not just blacks either. You got Asians, you got people from India, got issues with, the darker you are, the worse you're treated and stuff like that. So this whole race thing and color thing is going back eons. And I think it all did start with India with the whole caste system and all that type of stuff. And starting with them damn Aryans, because the Aryans, they basically, didn't they come down to India and they created the Brahmin caste and all the caste system and all this stuff, and the lightest ones were the Brahmins and they were the priestly class, and then the darker that they became. So it didn't even start with black people. This shit started with them Indians, but not even with the Indians themselves. It started with the Aryans, and the Aryans came down from the north. They invaded India, and that's how you have light-skinned Indians. But the true Indians from India, they're called Dravidians. Matter of fact, let me pull up a picture of a Dravidian. These are the true Indians from India before the Aryans came and invaded that area. And the Dravidians, and a lot of these pictures of the Dravidians, they're not even like the true ones, the ones I'm seeing, because they're real, real dark. Some of them. Oh yeah, here go one. This is actually a common picture. I got all these windows open. I'm gonna have to close this. But yeah, but it happened even before the British came. So she's a Dravidian. So before, the Aryans came down to India, you had a lot of Indians, or most of them, maybe they weren't as dark as her, but most of them were very dark. And then the Aryans came, and to create this system of hierarchy, they split people up based upon skin color. Mm-hmm. Yep. All right. So back to the Tulsa chart. So again, Tulsa, Oklahoma, the massacre itself, on the day Mercury was conjoined to Pluto. Actually, let me make sure I have it. The town up in here. Hold on. Okay. So Mercury is conjoined to Pluto. I have 4:40 p.m. May 31st. So 4:40 p.m. Tulsa, Oklahoma, May 31st, 1921. Scorpio was rising. So I'm thinking shit started really popping off maybe in the late afternoon, like right before 5 o'clock, with Scorpio rising. And then that will put Pluto in Cancer, which is pointing to that race theme. Pluto could join to Mercury. That could deal with where, even the media is being, reporting on this. Also, Sun is in Gemini, of course. Mars in Gemini. Mars in Gemini could just deal with where there was a lot of fighting and shouting going on and things being thrown and stuff. Venus was conjoined to the South Node in Aries, so we're talking about violence. And that is pointing to the woman, Sarah. So it all started with some woman. But maybe, just maybe, there was some duplicity going on. And the reason why I'm saying maybe, just maybe, there was some duplicity going on is because this happened when the sun was in Gemini and Mars was in Gemini. Gemini season, Gemini is the sign of duplicity. So how do we really know? Again, we don't know we don't know what happened in that elevator. All we know is that there was bystanders or witnesses. They didn't see inside the elevator, but they just heard a woman screaming, right? And next thing you know, she comes out with ripped shirt and things like that. How do we know what really happened that day? How do we know that this wasn't set up? How do we know that? And again, like it says in this article, it says something about land, jealousy over land. And I did hear this before, where basically that whole Tulsa, Oklahoma, that area, it was destroyed mainly because people were hating that these people were successful. But I'm trying to get to that part where it was talking about the land. They said something about land jealousy. Oh, it said Jim Crow, jealousy, white supremacy, and land lust. That's what it is, land lust. So somebody lusting after that land. So again, I wonder if this was a setup for them, for someone, I'm not going to say them, but for someone to get their hands on that land. And when I say a setup, I'm saying maybe the guy Roland, maybe he was even in on it. Maybe they paid him some money to start some type of riot as an excuse to take over that land. You never know. I'm just saying. A lot of times I don't believe the official story. And with this taking place during Gemini season, it could have been some duplicity going on. That's all I'm saying. All right. So that's the Tulsa, Oklahoma thing. And let's talk about some things that's good about Gemini. So we already mentioned some of the things talking about Allen Iverson. Gemini just has a way with words, gift of the gab. Gemini tends to be very intelligent, but also intellectual. Gemini is just very much about multitasking. Gemini can do a number of things at the same time. Dexterity, that's very Gemini. Being able to think on your feet, that's very Gemini. I call Gemini the first responder. I've said this before. First responder being like the EMT type of person, paramedics. So that could be somebody that's like a Gemini sun, but they're a Pisces rising, meaning that they care about people who are sick and people who are in trouble. And the Pisces rising would be them always being at the hospital, things like that. So I call them the first responder because they can multitask. They can be in chaotic situations without losing their cool, without freaking out. Wait a minute. Accidentally write black. Oh, you must be talking about somebody else. I'll read Song of Song. You talk about where she was black and lovely or dark and lovely. So King Solomon. But anyway, so yeah, Gemini. So let me pull up a picture. Again, Gemini tends to be good with numbers. Gemini tends to be good. Like they can add shit up in their head really easily and stuff. I struggle with that type of stuff, but they're just really quick thinkers, ease in learning, and they're just like walking encyclopedias. They just know a lot. And another thing I notice about Gemini too, it's like they know a lot of people. Gemini tends to be cool with a lot of people. Gemini tends to know how to get good deals on stuff. You just pull up an art. Gemini knows how to talk their way out of situations. Gemini knows how to basically clear the air, or basically not so much clear the air, but break the ice. Gemini is good at breaking the ice, getting people to loosen up. Usually they are the first one to come and start talking when the room is all quiet and nobody's saying anything. Aren't they so cute? But yeah. Oh yes, Gemini. I'm trying to be nice to Gemini at first. I'm trying to be good. Another thing about Gemini is flexibility. Gemini is the most flexible sign. So flexible in terms of mental, but also flexible in terms of physical. So Gemini is very agile, limber, flexible. I call Gemini a contortionist. So let me just get a picture of a contortionist up in here. I'm pretty sure this woman has some energy in Gemini. So she might be a Gemini rising, Gemini sun. She might be a Gemini moon for her to be able to contort her body like this. Now, who up in here has planets in Gemini that could get themselves up in a move like this? Who could bend their body like this? Or if you just have planets in Gemini and you happen to be double jointed, or if you can, do a full split, or if you're just really flexible like that, let me know. Press 1. If you got planets in Gemini and you're flexible, you can relate. Maybe not as flexible as this chick. I do have a little double jointedness with me because I got Mars in Gemini. Cherry Red says she probably tore her own shirt. Right, Cherry? I'm really questioning the official story. Miguel, you said you do that often. You put yourself in that position often? Shelly, you're flexible like that. Maz, you're double jointed. Miguel said 1. Indigo raised his hand. So you flexible like that too? I can put both legs behind my neck. Yeah, that outfit is dope. But yeah. So Shelly Long said no splits. Patricia, you said you can't do it. Yeah, Mars and Leo, that's kind of stiff. But yeah, so if you have a planet in Gemini or you're a Gemini rising, moon in Gemini, you could very well be able to bend your body into all sorts of pretzels and all that type of stuff. All right. How about just quick with their hands? Again, the dexterity, being able to type really fast, doing the 10 key stuff. I've worked with several Geminis over the years when I used to be employed. I would tend to attract Gemini coworkers where like I would be working side by side with a Gemini, or I would be the one taking over the Gemini's job so that they would have to train me and stuff. And I've noticed Geminis, they be good with the 10 key input. They be just good typers, just fast with their hands. So even like, let's say the person is a Virgo, but they got a Gemini moon, they will, let's say they're sew, they could be very fast with sewing. Hands are very fast. If they braid, they could be very fast with braiding hair. A lot of stuff, you know, they could do very fast with their hands, with their fingers, all that good stuff. Another thing about Gemini, Gemini tends to not be judgmental. You know, it's one of the lesser judgmental signs, but Gemini always has an opinion. But don't mistake that with judging. That's what Virgo does. Libra does it too. Even Sagittarius can be judgmental in some cases. But Gemini, on the other hand, Gemini has an opinion, but it doesn't necessarily mean they're judgmental or that they're judging you. And sometimes Gemini doesn't have enough good judgment. So that's one of the negative things about Gemini. Good judgment or wise judgment could be lacking, but Gemini tends to be very, you know, fair and very much about not being too rigid when it comes to differences that people have. I will say that Gemini is one of the most tolerant signs. Aquarius would be the most tolerant, but then Gemini comes in a close second. A lot of times you could tell Gemini stuff and they won't bat an eye. A lot of times they won't, you know, be all like, and all this type of stuff. And like Indigo said, yeah, you're curious. A lot of times they want to hear the nitty gritty and they're not going to bat an eye because number one, they done heard it all. And number two, they're just very interested in all types of things. So yeah. So Damien was a Gemini? Damn, that makes a lot of sense. Little Gemini. That's right, because they say he was born on June 6th. Didn't they say that? So he sure was a Gemini. Makes sense because they do have a wicked side to them. And you know how Damien was two-faced. Well, he wasn't that two-faced because that boy started acting evil early. But yeah, so, oh yeah, that is another one. And again, I didn't want to get on the dark side just yet, but there's so many dark-sided traits of a Gemini, you can't help it. So yeah, one of the biggest ones, of course, is the nosiness. So Gemini can be nosy as all get out. Sometimes Gemini just needs to mind their own business and just, you know, just chill. But it's because they're so inquisitive. And sometimes they don't realize that they are being rude with their questions or they're being too intrusive with their questions. They just question everything and they want to know all the details about something or someone. And they just will ask a person anything a lot of times. And sometimes they don't realize that some questions that they ask people, the person looks at as embarrassing or, you know, that's too sensitive or whatever like that. So sometimes, Gemini, you got to kind of check yourself before you wreck yourself. That whole term, check yourself before you wreck yourself, I feel like it was created just for Gemini in particular. Because that's one thing Gemini can't do a lot of times. You can't check yourself. Because Gemini lacks a filter. And Gemini basically just be like, whichever way the wind is blowing, and that's how y'all going to act. You know, that's the angle you're going to take. Whichever way the wind change, now y'all talk about something else. But now y'all looking at someone else, what have you. Another thing that's not too admirable about Gemini, of course, and everybody talks about this with Gemini, is the two-facedness. First of all, can you really fully trust a Gemini? I mean, they are an air sign, matter of fact, and I say that about all three air signs. Like, really, when it comes to the air signs, period, can you fully trust them? I mean, they all could be turncoats, if you ask me. The one that can be the most loyal, if you ask me, out of those three is Aquarius, but even Aquarius can be very disloyal, especially when it comes to the people that they're closest to. But Gemini and Libra, those are some straight up turncoats. Gemini won't make no bones about it. Libra will play stupid. Libra will still try to play innocent. That's what'll piss people off about Libra so much. But Gemini, on the other hand, Gemini will be a turncoat, do it right in front of your face, and then be like, so, and what? Yeah. So Gemini's really not too apologetic either, I've noticed, which is different from Libra. Now, Libra, they'll turn on you, but they'll apologize. And again, they'll try to make it seem like, oh, it wasn't like that. It wasn't, it's not what you think. But Gemini, on the other hand, again, they will basically turn on you and sometimes right in front of your face and then look at you like you're the crazy one. Like, I don't understand. What's your problem? And next thing you know, you go back and you mumbling to yourself like some imbecile because Gemini just did some flim-flam shit on you. The term flim-flam, that's so Gemini all day. Shelley Long said, Aquarius will laugh in your face. Cherry Red said, Gemini Leo has always been my roll dogs, though. Don't listen to them. Said Libra will hide their flakiness, but Gemini will ghost you when you need them the most. And Indigo said, lies. It's all lies. That's right. Gemini don't do anything wrong. Now, the thing about Gemini men, now that you reminded me, Indigo, now them Gemini men, if you ask me, they're the most disloyal when it comes to love. I think they're even worse than Aquarius men. They're worse than Leo men. Because Gemini, they'll cheat without a conscience. I've seen it myself. Gemini will cheat without a conscience. And unfortunately, I've been on the not the receiving end. I've been a participant in the cheating that a Gemini did, and I'm not proud of it. But again, he did it with no conscience, like it meant nothing to have me up in his apartment that he shared. Oh, I'm telling on myself. But this is when I was much younger. And I don't really sleep with other women's men. I'm not that type of chick, but one time I did slip up. So yeah, I was messing around with this Gemini dude, and it was just casual. And his girlfriend, he lived with his girlfriend, and she was pregnant at the time. And the way we met, we worked together. I think I told y'all about him a little bit. And I even showed y'all, for some of y'all that have been with me for a while, I pulled up the video that he's in. I could pull it up again just to refresh y'all memory. But yeah. So he was a Gemini. And we started messing around because we were co-workers. And next thing you know, well, I knew, that's the thing. I did know that he had a girlfriend and they were living together and all that stuff, and she was pregnant and all that. I knew that in advance, and I still messed around with him. But I guess I justified it because he wasn't married to her, and he claimed that, he wasn't really happy and all this stuff. So anyway, like, he had me over his apartment while she was at work. And then I remember we're messing around with each other, and our boss was our boss was a Gemini too. So she was real cool with him. So she threw his girlfriend a baby shower in the office. So it's me, him, her. We're in the same office. Me and him, we know we got this thing on the side, and she's having her baby shower in the office. It was just fucked up. I'm just saying. And again, this is why I don't like doing stuff like that, because then I feel bad about it. I mean, I didn't feel that bad because I still messed with him a little bit after that. But I'm just saying. And then he gives me a picture. He gives me a picture of himself with her. I still have this picture to this day where he gave me a picture where he's holding her. He's like, he has his arms around her. And I'm like, of course you would give me a picture with her in it. But Gemini men will do some stupid, crazy stuff like that. Yeah, hot mess. But boy, when I tell you I wouldn't mind a piece of that again, because he wasn't bad at all. And in terms of the sex. Not that I can recall. And there was something that he did too. That was one thing about Gemini men, because I remember he was telling me that he would basically have sex with any woman. Not any woman, but you know what I mean. Like, it didn't really matter what she looked like. So he was telling me that he's had sex with women of all different races. He's had sex with fat chicks. Like, he was like laughing and bragging about having sex with fat chicks. And that's a Gemini thing. But that's a Sagittarius thing too. Both of those signs, they don't really discriminate if they want to get their freak on. Now, a relationship might be a little different. They might have some standards Send me an email. Wait a minute. Can y'all hear me now? Can you hear me now? Now it's saying it's working. Wait a minute. Can y'all hear me now? Hold on, Sha. I can answer your question right now, but they all killed my mood, so I'm going to get off soon anyway. But yeah, thanks for killing my mood, StreamYard. It wasn't my internet. That was StreamYard doing it because my internet connection was strong. So, Sha, post your question. Killing my mood. Damn. But I got to get off anyway. I'm approaching 4 hours. I still got like 3 natal charts to complete. Got some videos to do, all that. But Sha Empress Tarot, please post your question. I believe you're the last one I have to do. I might have to do part 2 because we didn't even get through these Gemini celebrities. And I have a whole list of them. And I wanted to talk about a few of them and pull up their charts. But since StreamYard want to be all stupid. Oh, of course. I told you I'm going to send you an email, Patricia. I did not forget. You've been on my mind all week. I just been having a crazy week, a lot of work, but I can't neglect my YouTube, so I had to get a live stream in there. But yeah, Vela B. So let me look up your super chat, Vela B. Just 1 second. Vela B. Vela B, I don't see you. Did you post a Cash App or a super chat? And then I'm still waiting for Sha, the Empress Tarot. Oh, I appreciate you too, Patricia. Thank you so much for your patience. Actually, I'm really looking forward to doing your chart. All right, where you at, Sha, the Empress Tarot? Vela B, I don't see your super chat. Let me refresh my screen and see if it... the last one I have in terms of super chat is RDK approved, but let me refresh my screen. Oh, there it is. I see you. So you said, can you tell me about the asteroid Circe, 1 degree Capricorn, sextile? Now, I don't really consider the sextile when I talk about aspects involving asteroids, but I can tell you what Circe deals with, amongst other things. So Circe can deal with like hospitality industry, serving others, being a server, like in a restaurant, if we're talking about like the most basic sense. But then Circe also can deal with spell work, magic, putting spells on somebody, turning somebody into something even like monstrous or gruesome. Now, of course, we're talking about real life, though. Okay, I think the sound is back. Okay. So you said I have Jupiter in Pisces, 17 degrees. What does that mean? How can I manifest this Jupiter and maximize this Jupiter and Pisces energy? Well, you got to tell me what house it's in, if you know your house placements. Well, Jupiter and Pisces, you know, that's the magical, mystical Jupiter. That's where you could be very much into esoteric knowledge. You could be very much into glamour if you're that type. If you're into like the material side of life, that's a very glamorous Jupiter. That's a Jupiter that's good for performing some type of art form, whether it's dancing, singing, acting, making film, doing videos, projects like a film project type of stuff. Especially if it's at the 17th degree, that's good for channeling that energy into your career. Now, it's also going to make you very much about being charitable, giving back in some way. And it also makes you very inclusive. So you also got Saturn and Sagittarius. Is this why I have a travel and spiritual business? Exactly. So yeah. So having a spiritual business, traveling, that's like having spiritual retreats with that Jupiter and Pisces. So yeah, magic, mysticism, spirituality, being about the esoteric instead of the exoteric, manifesting miracles, even ancestors, connecting with ancestors. That's very Jupiter and Pisces. It basically provides an open door into the spirit world, and you could be experiencing a lot of paranormal activity with that Jupiter and Pisces. You might also undergo some type of spiritual initiation at some point where you got to travel to some distant land and you are, working with a shaman. So that Jupiter and Pisces, you could even say that is like shamanic work or being a shaman, being a high priestess, things like that. So yeah, very, very spiritual. And again, with the 17th degree, that's good for channeling that into your work, channeling it into a business. All right. Constant Growth said it just went quiet. I didn't even know if it was on pause or something. That's funny. It didn't hear you for. Yeah, it's StreamYard. StreamYard started acting stupid, but it was like my whole internet. But it's showing that I have a very strong connection. Now, before I lose the sound again, let me just wrap things up. I did want to talk about a few celebrities. This lady, she wasn't a big time celebrity, but I do find her life very intriguing. Her being an intriguing person in particular. So let me pull up a picture of her, and I'm also going to pull up her chart. Just 1 second. And she was in this movie that was my little guilty pleasure when I was like a teen. Like maybe I first saw this movie when I was like maybe 12 years old or 13. And when I saw this shit, I was like, yo, this is some crazy ass shit. And some of y'all, if you're around my age, you know exactly what movie this is. As a matter of fact, I might try to find this movie on YouTube tonight to watch it. Because it's like one of them dirty little smutty, filthy films that make you feel dirty after watching it. I'll just say that. But let me pull up a picture of her because she was a wild one and she was a Gemini, and that's why I'm including her in tonight. And she had a tragic life. I'm just trying to find a good picture. There's a lot of pictures of her that aren't really clear. Oh my God. Like most of her pictures are in black and white. Okay, this is the best one I can find. And even that looks very blurry. All of these pictures don't even look clear. God damn. Hold on. Okay, I'll just pull up this one. Crazy ass chick. And one thing I have to admit about Gemini, some Geminis are kind of crazy acting, including the women. Hold on. Okay, now it's saying this can't be downloaded securely. Okay, let me get a better picture. Jeez, why is things being difficult right now? Mercury retrograde? gotta add myself. This shit is crazy. Can y'all hear me? I had to sign in with my mobile. Like, I had to connect my mobile hotspot. So it must be my internet service, even though it's showing that I have a full connection or whatever. So y'all can hear me? All right. So before we were so rudely interrupted, hopefully that won't happen again. I gotta hurry up and get this out. So, all right, let me pull up this picture. Okay, and of course this is not coming up. Okay, we'll try this again. Why isn't her picture coming up? All right. All right. So, yeah, I'm going to have to do part 2. It probably is Ray Charles trying to get me back for talking shit. So, this is Wendy O. Williams. Not the Wendy Williams that y'all are familiar with. Wait a minute. Wendy Williams. Is she a Cancer or a Gemini? Wendy Williams, the TV. I can't remember. Is she a Cancer or a Gemini? She's a Cancer, but she got 2 planets in Gemini. So Wendy Williams got some Gemini in her, even though she's a Cancer. But this is Wendy O. Williams. And a lot of people, y'all probably don't know who she is. But she was in this movie back in the day called Reform School Girls that I used to sneak and watch whenever it would come on TV. And they would only play this movie late at night. So Reform School Girls, I should play a little clip of it, but I'll probably get copyright. But let me just read a little bit about her. She was very much she was what you would call a pyromaniac. So first, let me get her birth information. And then I'll tell a little bit about her story, and I'll talk about the aspects in her chart. All right. So unfortunately, her birth time is unknown, but she was born May 28th, 1949. All right, 1949. And she, I think, born in Webster, New York. But again, we don't have her birth time, unfortunately, because I would love to see where things line up in her houses. Okay, so first let me read her bio real quick, because she was an interesting character. Yeah, she got a bullwhip in her hand. She was a wild one. Okay. Let me get a better picture. This is how she would look on stage. So let me pull this picture up, y'all. She was very not afraid to just be barely dressed. She was an exhibitionist, and some people born on the 28th could be exhibitionists. So this is how she would appear on stage. She was basically, wait a minute. Oh yeah, I will, Ravishing. She was basically, what would you call that? What was I looking for? She was one of those like punk, but I really wouldn't even call it punk. It was more like shock rock type of thing. All right, so let me just read a little bit about her. Oh, and let me just show y'all this picture, because this is so Gemini. Where's that picture at? Of course it's not showing. Oh, that picture's too small to bring up. Okay, this is better. This image right here is very Gemini. Let me just pull this up, and then I'll get into her bio. Cher is a Taurus. Okay. So Wendy Orlean Williams was an American singer, songwriter, and actress. Born in Webster, New York, she came to prominence as the lead singer of the punk rock band Plasmatics. She was noted for her onstage theatrics, which included partial nudity, exploding equipment, firing a shotgun, and chainsawing guitars. Performing her own stunts in videos, she often sported a mohawk hairstyle. In 1985, during the height of her popularity as a solo artist, she was nominated for a Grammy Award for Best Female Rock Vocal Performance. Leaving home at 16, Williams hitchhiked to Colorado, earning money by crocheting string bikinis. She traveled to Florida and Europe, landing various jobs as a lifeguard, a stripper, and I call Gemini the stripper of the zodiac, a stripper, macrobiotic cook, and server at Dunkin' Donuts. How are you a server at Dunkin' Donuts? Don't the people just get their food and go? Let me stop. After arriving in New York City in 1970, I guess back then Dunkin' Donuts was like an actual restaurant in some places. After arriving in New York City in 1976, she began performing in live sex shows, and in 1979 appeared in the porno Candy Goes to Hollywood. That year, manager Rod Swinson recruited her to the Plasmatics, and the two became romantically involved. The band quickly became known as the underground scene, performing at clubs such as CBGB. 3 albums with Plasmatics later. All right. So her early life, she was born to Robert F. Williams, a chemist, and Audrey Stauber Williams. She studied clarinet, and at the age of 6, she appeared tap dancing in the Howdy Doody show as a member of the Peanut Gallery. She had her first run-in with the law at age 15, where she was arrested for sunbathing in the nude. Now I got to go and look at her chart and see what it is in her chart that makes her so much about being barely dressed or being naked. Let's see. There it is. Jupiter in Aquarius. Aquarius being the sign of nudity. And with Jupiter being in quincunx with Saturn, that's her getting in trouble with the authorities for the public nudity. And then she has Jupiter trine Sun, which means she had no problem letting it all hang out, being nude, being an exhibitionist, all that type of stuff. So yeah. All right. Let me read on. So again, Jupiter in Aquarius. That could, not all the time, but for some people, that could be somebody that they like to let it all hang out. Like they don't mind being in the buff. And with Sun trine Jupiter, that's like her being an exhibitionist. You know, getting her kicks off of showing her naked body. You know, maybe even shocking people. And that Sun trine Jupiter in Aquarius is a stripper aspect. So Sun in Gemini, trine Jupiter in Aquarius, that's a perfect aspect for a stripper. Because again, the Aquarius part means that you don't mind taking your clothes off. Or there's the Aquarius part alone, that's the nudity. And then the Jupiter, that means you're very open with it. It could be wide open, like you spread eagle type shit in some cases. I'm pretty sure and it did say she was doing the live sex shows. So somebody having Sun trine Jupiter in Aquarius, Sun in Gemini, that's somebody that they can let it all hang out. They don't have any inhibitions. They just out there. They don't have no shame, nothing. And Aquarius is a sign that doesn't have shame. They just don't. Or I'll just say the sign just doesn't entail shame. Ravishing Pisces Moon said, I love walking around my house nude. There's no drapes at the windows. So what do you have in Aquarius? That's the thing I just don't understand about people that like to walk around nude, especially in terms of, like, I find that people that like to walk around nude because they want people to see them. I'm not talking about people that do it in the privacy of their home, but if you walking around the nude with no drapes and windows, you obviously want somebody to see your naked ass. So I'm just saying, don't be offended when you got somebody with their eyeballs glued to your window. Check it out your booty. All right, let's see. So going back. All right. So we talked about her getting arrested for sunbathing in the nude. I'm trying to find where I left off. So she was arrested multiple times for shoplifting and passing counterfeit money. Captain, she replied. I talked about the sex shows. Okay. In January 1981, police in Milwaukee, Wisconsin arrested Williams for simulating masturbation on stage. See, Madonna didn't have nothing on this chick. Madonna was like Wendy Light. So you know how Madonna, she was all like, basically people thought she was all shocking and extra with her overt sexuality. Madonna didn't have nothing on this chick. So she was arrested for simulating masturbation on stage and charged with battery to an officer and obscene conduct. She was cleared of all charges. Later that year in Cleveland, Ohio, Williams was acquitted of an obscenity charge for simulating sex on stage, wearing only shaving cream. She subsequently covered her nipples with electrical tape to avoid arrest. In November, an Illinois judge sentenced her to 1 year supervision and fined her $35 for attacking a freelance photographer who tried to take her picture as she jogged along the Chicago lakefront. Personal life. So as a child, her teachers described her as a soft-spoken child. Also, as a teenager, she was said to have experimented with drugs and furious sex. What is furious sex? Like mad sex? Also, when transitioning into early adulthood after running away from her family at the age of 16 and leaving the U.S. to explore the world for several years. For a time, Wendy became interested in Far Eastern spirituality, religions, and gurus, as well as experimenting with mind-altering substances like LSD and mescaline. She continued to try different jobs, blah, 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 blah. All right, so she was a committed vegetarian. Does she have anything in Virgo? So she doesn't have anything in Virgo, but she could have been a Virgo rising. I don't know her birth time, but usually somebody that's a vegetarian, they're going to have something in Virgo a lot of times, or they could have Virgo ascendant. And then her death. So Williams first attempted suicide in 1993 by hammering a knife into her chest where it lodged in her sternum. This is why I wanted to bring her up, because that is some oh no, not again. No audio again? Can y'all hear me? Juan is saying he can't hear me. So I don't know if y'all can hear me. If somebody can hear me, press 1. Because Juan, I don't know if you're kind of behind, but I'm not getting that message anymore that I have a weak signal. Okay, you can hear me? So did y'all hear that? Like her first suicide attempt. Let me just read this again because this shit is crazy. So Williams first attempted suicide in 1993 by hammering a knife into her chest where it lodged into her sternum. Now, this is the craziness that Gemini can take things. So instead of just putting a bullet in your head, you're going to come up with this whole scheme of hammering a knife into your freaking chest. Now, let's see what's in her chart that would manifest that. Yeah, and that was only an attempt. So let's see. Her chest is going to be represented by that moon because she doesn't have any planets in Cancer. And again, unfortunately, I don't know what time she was born. Otherwise, I would be able to see what was going on, like house-wise. Now, she does have Mars in Taurus, and she has Mars square Pluto. That Mars square Pluto alone can deal with her being just very sexually promiscuous, even like engaging in taboo activity, And then, the criminal activity, and also her just being very destructive. Now, if we're talking about the chess, though, Pluto is in Leo, and the chess is ruled by Cancer. But this could still play out in the fact that she was just trying to hammer something, which is like creating a puncture wound, and that would be Mars square Pluto. So the chess part must be coming in through the houses, because otherwise I don't see anything dealing with her actually hammering a knife into her chest. No, let me see. Is that no? See, that's not even Moon semi-square Pluto. Okay, let's go back. So this chick again was crazy. All right. So, however, she changed her mind and called Rod. Wait a minute. So so it did lodge in her sternum. So she changed her mind and called Rod Swinson to take her to the hospital. She attempted suicide again in 1997 with an overdose of ephedrine. Williams died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound on April 6, 1998, when she was 48 years old. Swinson, her partner for more than 20 years, returned to their home in the area where they had lived since moving to Connecticut from New York City. He found a package she left for him that contained some noodles he liked, a package of seeds for growing garden greens, some oriental massage balm, and sealed letters from her. Of course, there would be letters, her being a Gemini. The suicide letters, which included a living will, denying life support, a love letter to Swinson, and various lists of things to do, caused Swinson to begin searching the woods for her. After about an hour, as dusk fell, he found her body in a wooded area with a pistol lying on the ground nearby. She had apparently been feeding wild squirrels moments before her suicide, as well as putting a bag over her head before shooting herself to spare her partner the horrible sight. Wendy's act was not an irrational in-the-moment act. He said, for 4 years she had contemplated suicide. Swinson reportedly described her as despondent at the time of her death. This is what she reportedly wrote in a suicide regarding her decision. So again, Gemini, even when they're on the brink of committing suicide, they still have to communicate. They still have to write something down. They still have to get some words out. Now, she said, one of the things she said in the suicide note is, I don't believe that people should take their own lives without deep and thoughtful reflection over a considerable period of time. And one of the things that I mentioned during one of the other live streams I did during one of the Gemini seasons, I did mention that Gemini, they're conscious of what they do unless they have some mental health issue that makes them, totally delusional. But Gemini, one of the things to keep in mind, when they do things, they're conscious of what they're doing. So her committing suicide, she was very conscious of what could happen. She was very conscious of, what she needed to do. And if you notice, she was very thoughtful of putting the bag over her head and all that. She thought about everything. And the whole idea of suicide probably just kept replaying over and over and over again in her mind. And she probably, worked it out in her mind, how she would do it and all that type of stuff. And again, that's Gemini. Being very communicative, even up to the point where you're committing suicide. You got your letters for your spouse, all that crazy stuff. So just a little bit more. So she said, I do believe strongly, however, that the right to do so is one of the most fundamental rights that anyone in a free society should have. For me, much of the world makes no sense, but my feelings about what I am doing ring loud and clear to an inner ear in a place where there is no self, only calm. So remember, this brings me back, and I think I'm going to end tonight's live stream on this note. This brings me back to what I was saying is, can a person drive themselves crazy by thinking too much? And she did say that, she felt that this solution was to bring her calm. So her having racing thoughts all the time, conflicting thoughts, can't get outside of her head, very much dealing with that Gemini energy when it goes wrong, when it goes too far in one direction. She had Sun opposition Chiron, which can deal with a self-inflicted wound, but it can also deal with where she was just one of those people that was like on the fringes of society. She was kind of like an outcast, very offbeat, very much about going against society in some ways. And you can, because Chiron's in Sagittarius, that's her being very outlandish, being very out there, not being the type of person that you could really reel in and control. So she was one of them type of loose cannon that would basically do anything for attention, because the sun is representing, that attention that somebody gets. Might have did anything for fame or whatever, but I don't think it was so much fame with her, but more about validation and more like, look at me, I'm here. But with that Sun opposition Chiron, that's like her conscious versus her super conscious. So the super conscious is represented by Sagittarius, and you can even call that the mind of God. And then the conscious mind is represented by Gemini. So when you have Sun opposition Chiron in Sagittarius, that's like you're not just taking on your own thoughts, but you're picking up on thoughts of the collective of the world at large. So some of the most depraved thoughts could enter into her consciousness, and that could drive her to want to commit suicide as well. I wouldn't be surprised if she would hear voices and stuff. They didn't talk about her being diagnosed with any personality disorders, but I wouldn't be surprised if she had some type of like schizoaffective disorder. Now, her Neptune is in pretty good shape. She doesn't have any challenging aspects involving her Neptune and any planets, but we never know. We don't know her birth time. She could have had Neptune rising, and that alone could make somebody feel like they're not fully in this world. It could also make somebody feel like they have the weight of the world on their shoulders in terms of the concerns. And then the fact that she said much about the world didn't make sense to me, that kind of sounds like she could have very well had Neptune rising. And then let me just look at something else dealing with her. So she had Mercury conjunct Venus in Gemini. And that's another aspect that could deal with where she takes on the thoughts of others a bit too much. And that moon is, again, I don't know what sign she was born, but the moon is in Gemini. I just don't know what degree. And it is close to Venus. So that could deal with where she's always trying to process her feelings, and she's trying to intellectualize them or rationalize them. But, that just drives her further down some path of the self-destruction, you can kind of say. Mars and Taurus, that makes her just very earthy. And some people that have Mars and Taurus, they could be very super sensual to the point where even like wallowing in mud, like a pigsty, they might do some crazy stuff like that. Good night, ravishing Pisces moon. I'm about to close out myself. So yeah, that's basically Wendy O. Williams, her crazy story with her crazy life. I'm pretty sure you could find a documentary on her or a short video about her life on YouTube if you want to check it out. Now, she was an Aries rising, and Aries is about doing what you want and also being very beastly or animalistic, and she definitely did play out that role, and she made a name for herself somewhat. But yeah, she was one of those people that just, one of those Geminis where her mind got the best of her. So I'll leave y'all with that. And thank you for joining me for this live stream. Thank you, everybody, for the super chats, for the cash apps. If you would like a reading, you could go to my website. Here's my website right here at the banner. And yeah, I'll be back with some more videos. Consider becoming a patron. And I'll be back soon. Good night, y'all. Bye.